JKIA is gone, and Uhuru Park was also a part of the collateral. So all flowers to him. Secondly, naweza sema the president has yet to has yet to and I repeat, the president has yet to address an inch of what Kenyans are asking about. Hii ADANI ni vile tu US walikama hapo wakasema kuna hii ngori wanachunguza. If not for the US, I tell you guys, ADANI would be operating. And while at it, because they are the ones who are part of the infrastructure IT that is used by Shan Chief, that thing should be cancelled. Even if not being cancelled, it should cease to exist. They either restructure NHIF or they deal with it in another way. But chief must be brought down, regardless of who is listening to me. Manze, chief must be brought down. Kama Adani ameenda, chief imfuate. We restructure NHIF and all will be well. Mwisho kabisa, we should not sleep. All who have not yet registered as voters, ile time wenye IBC watarudisha atakaa sijui ni lini. Go get your votes, go get registered as voters. 2027 ikifika ikuwe rahisi kutoa watu. Yeah, I lay my submissions.
Thank you so much for that, Osto. I want to give people a chance to come to the microphone, but before that, let me read a couple of comments here. The U.S. Securities and Exchange Commissions, that is the SEC, for those who don't know, it deals with the Securities Exchange and is requesting permission to freeze the accounts of the Kenyan officials. Whew, the greater reckoning is still to hit. That is Wanjira Meshapo hivi. The tweet here, US SEC Gov request GIST and Rochan's 7 Ultimate to freeze assets of offshore accounts of several top Kenyan government officials, including Davis Chirichir, Kipchumba Murkomen, Opio Wandai, together with close associates and kin due to links to Adani bribery scheme. Let's wait and see if this is the way to go. I really hope it's true, man. Mimi manze nataka tu mtu mmoja tu, yani mi roho yangu inaweza tulia, acha tu niwaambie kweli, roho yangu inaweza tulia sana mtu akilala jela akiamama hivi, mtu akilala jela akianana hivi. Ochani anasema my app is malfunctioning. I'm happy that this Adani deal is cancelled. I hope Chief and Shah is investigated. And of course, and fixed too. By the way, US gets involved when their business are threatened. This part I'm yet to figure out. Yeah, what happened? Motomoto asema, no, you must be strategic in life. Things will never go all the way, always your way. You must use different tactics to defeat the enemy. The art of war is real. The goal is to win. Use your allies. African Jana asema kwamba Amenya, come here. We are clapping for you. Let's go. Haya, mwingine hapa hivi anasema kwamba Wanjira anasema kwamba as a pessimist, I just know that Adani will be sneaked back through the back doors and today's cancellation is just a populist sensation declaration. We saw it in the finance bill 2024 and the dismissed years. Bookmark this. Of course, yeah, we know this. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Brokers wa Adani deal washikwe pia. Huyo ni Moses anasema hivyo. Warrior anasema Baba Shalin is lying again. Stoic anasema he's getting emotional about demonstrations. Mkenya Alisa anasema kumbe mmeweka huyu jamaa tudanganya hapa. Yeah, I remember when he had started off. So thank you so much for everybody who's putting up their feedback. They are just showing off power and how they've looted from us. Nothing to celebrate about. So much. Thank you so much. And of course, I want to hear from Diaspora TV Australia. How are you doing?
We're doing well.
How are you doing? You good?
Yeah, just following from Australia. What's going on, and it's a good gesture by the president to cancel the deals. And I was just watching CNN that there's a final revolution. Is there something that is going on? Because I can't find it in any news stations in Kenya.
We cannot report on it. We cannot report on that because we are just also getting news right now from mainstream media. But we'll give you updates if there are any in the course of this live feed.
Awesome. I saw it with Larry Madowo on CNN, but I've been trying to check on X on everywhere. I can't find any information, but I think it's time.
All right. Let's hear also from Mudiora while we are at it as well. Mudiora, how are you doing? Mudiora is also former presidential running mate. Talk to us.
Well, thanks, Pipita, for hosting us yet again on this very important evening in Kenyan history, where the president has added another lie to the many he has told since he got into office, that he listened to Kenyans, and that's why he canceled the ADANI deal. This president does not listen to anyone. I doubt, even when he's having second thoughts, he listens to himself. The president has just been cornered. He's found himself between a rock and a hard place. We have laws in Kenya that say, with regard to these public procurement partnerships and stuff, that if you're in a deal with an organization or a company that has been indicted, that is going through a court process, which is what ADANI is going through in the US, and it's likely that ADANI is going to get convicted, then you cannot continue to deal with such an entity. So, in foreseeing what's coming, the president thought to throw a bone at Kenyans, maybe to forestall the simmering revolution that has been fermenting, because temperatures have been rising in the past couple of weeks, and he thought, let me seize this opportunity. So let's not be fooled, let's not be lied to that the president listened to us. He did not. His hand has been forced on this matter, and yes, our airport is safe for now, but we are still going to pay for the deals that had already been signed. The Ketraco deal was done and dusted. Actually, implementation had almost begun. And you know the clauses they put therein, that should you cancel, then there'll be ABCD in terms of financial repercussions. Remember the Aror and Kimwarer dam scandal that never took off. Kenyans will be paying for that until 2035. Imagine tutakuwa tukilipia taxes for a project ambayo haikubenefit mtu yeyote isipokuwa wale mabroka wa hiyo project. So even with ADANI, we are still going to cough billions of shillings. This is money we do not have. You saw yesterday the National Assembly and the Senate go head to head just to have an additional 7 billion added to the money that's going to the counties. Now with ADANI, of course, it's a lot more. So mi na wewe hapa ndo tutaumia. The fat cats up there still got paid. And if you listen to the president keenly, you must have heard him mention that they will look at alternative partners who can help to still undertake the projects. That means they have someone who was waiting on the sidelines. So those are yet other deals that will be made. They will make more money. So our job right now should be to ensure that all those who got into this deal are held to account. We should now go through those contracts, and that means we must first demand that all information is made public, and then tupitie, to scrutinize kila kitu. Wakati huu tusiache mtu yeyote ambaye anatunyang'anya aende scot free. That's the only way forward. That's how we're going to make sure that future contracts that individuals get into on our behalf are projects that will deliver value to the Kenyan people. So, yes, it's a good thing. JKIA won't be touched by ADANI, but then we'll still lose money. And if we don't pay attention, the deal that will be struck may still be to our detriment. Let's remain vigilant. tusidanganywe. Hapo ambapo naona joto limefikia, let's switch it up, let's remain woke, let's keep pushing this government, because unless it's out, we'll continue to be deprived of the fruits of our labor. Thank you very much, Peter. Let's keep engaging.
All right. Thank you so much, Muthiora, for that submission. Ladies and gentlemen, we are 13 minutes past 5 p.m. East African time. You're tuned into Home Run with PP. We have been here right now for 2 State of the Nations. By the way, we are growing. We're a big company now. Yeah. So last year we listened to the lies, and this year we also got to get to hear more lies. But this year, the country's temperature is different to last year. Last year, the State of the Nation, we were just waiting. Kila mtu alikuwa very relaxed. There was nobody who was looking to go to maandamano or something. So today was different, and we saw how the police had prepared. Yes. So we cannot also underscore that as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, right now I want to hear your thoughts on what the president said. Of course, he spoke about a lot of things. What talking point did you catch, and what do you have to say about it? I see my guy Japonji is here. Japonji, jambo.
Pita vipi?
Niko poa kabisa, nashukuru.
Wewe leo umefurahi kabisa.
Nimefurahi kwa nini bana? Ni ile tu sasa hare patere, nilijua tu venye huyu jamaa ameekelewa hivyo mpaka atatolewa tu.
Yes, assuming ulikuwa umejua hivyo, but should this actually make you happy? Because actually, si hata ni sisi tumefanya this guy cancel ADANI. That is the sad part. Unajua? The sad part is that the guy doesn't listen to us. He's listening to Uncle Sam. That is, and I agree with the Western. At first I thought that he was going to say he has cancelled due to lack of public participation and Kenyans' feedback. At least it could have given us some respect and mileage, But this guy, he has just gone overboard and said international community. Yani, Kenya, we are no longer sovereign. Yani, there is no one who can just stand up and make decisions as a president without engaging those Uncle Sam. So what else is happening that is not based on public participation? So when people are around celebrating this, I agree with Weston this time 100%. I don't want to contradict with him today. As a sovereign Kenyan, someone who has pride, I cannot say today I'm proud because they cancelled ADANI deal. No, this is not true. Let's be honest with ourselves, Peter. This is not true. They cancelled the deal last minute because of the pressure from the White House, the pressure from the US. And as we speak now, where is that guy? The next thing, this guy atakuwa hidden somewhere, wampeleke, report to states. That's the same thing they did to the Kasha brothers, if you remember. It's the same case. Alafu hiyo kesi itakuwa imeondokea. Like sweeping, always we sweep problems under the carpet. Having said that, Peter, I was expecting the president today to also revert back the SHIF to NHIF because it's not helping, it's not solving the problem that was there initially. And that was a big failure on him. And I've seen also in TV are doing fact checking. And I'm not surprised because out of the things he said, he claimed that the milk, for example, if you check on NTV now, they are doing fact checking of everything that he says. The thing he said, like the milk production grew by 14%. The NTV is saying is false. They have used the 2024 economic survey and they're saying it only grew by 7%. So see, this is someone who had all the opportunities and chance. He had actually 11 months to prepare for the national address, and he still goes on record to lie about things that have facts like that, So what else is he not telling us, And I was expecting this guy to at least name some cartels or something, because RUTO sometimes I feel like he has chance, Sometimes he has a chance to make out for his bad doings. Then again, he gets it wrong. Me, I don't understand how this guy might work. I think he always consoles himself He calls himself into a meeting and says, "Ah, today this is what I'm going to do." I don't understand why all these people he has hired are not helping him out, because the king is naked and no one is worried about him. No one is covering him up. I saw how the house, the MPs stood up clapping for him. That was the lowest moment, guys. I mean, like, these are the same guys who passed the bill, yet who are like, were supposed to scrutinize this bill. I would be much happier if the members of parliament were the one who had cancelled this bill. But coming from the president, like, is the person, is the, like, and actually indirectly is just communicating a message. This was not good. For now, that is what I can say. There is nothing to celebrate about. And I choose this time to be pessimistic, because from history, this is the third national address, the second, and from history, Peter, do us some due diligence. I'll do the same. Go back to what he promised last year. There is no progress. Peter, there is no progress. When you say that the economy is growing by 5%, but the debt is increasing, and actually the only companies that are making profit are the banks. So there's something wrong. We cannot use the unga during harvesting to justify that the economy may grow. Come on, we are not fools. Kenyans are more important. We are smarter than this, and I'm sorry to say, there's nothing to celebrate about. Now we have to keep fighting, and it's so sad also that all this fight we've been doing and trying to inject and push things on the street, he doesn't recognize that at all. This guy is just massive. I don't know what to call this guy, but. Peter, I'll be listening, and that's mine for now.
Thank you, Japonji, for that. It's 20 minutes past 5 p.m. Tribeless, how are you doing?
Thank you so much, Pepita. Thank you so much, Kenyans. We are assembled today here to discuss about the state of the nation, not the state of the nation addressed by Mr. RUTO. We are here to discuss the future of our future, the future of our children, and the future of our beautiful country. Pepita, today I am a very, 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 very sad man, because what the president discussed, what the president said, and what I see people celebrating online, I am a very sad Kenyan. Why? This is the typical RUTO. He creates problems. He creates problems himself, pretends to be solving them, and then comes to take credit. And then he wants to fool Kenyans that he's working. How is he working? We did not tell him to go and bring Gautama ADANI here. He brought him himself. And then now, from the word go, ADANI was fraud. ADANI was a bullet waiting to hit. And then today, he comes to pretend to be solving it. And I'm even more saddened by the members of parliament. I am a voter, and there's nothing I can use, no adjective I can use to express how sad I am at Opiyo Wandayi, my member of parliament. I am ashamed that I went to the voting booth to elect Opiyo Wandayi, and I'm just very happy that I left ODM. I'm very happy that I bit the bullet and said, no, I cannot continue supporting ODM anymore, because how can Opiyo Wandayi wake up in the morning, Peter, to come and defend ADANI? I mean, you are so shameless. You have lost your dignity to an extent that you come and defend a company that has been indicted in corruption to come and run our energy sector. For heaven's sake. And this tells you, Peter, how there's a breakdown communication in the executive. A whole CS Energy did not know that this was going to happen. And Peter, what saddened me more today in the State of the Nation address by Mr. RUTO is the way the MPs were cheering and celebrating him when he cancelled ADANI. I mean, these are the same people who are supposed to oversight the executive. If you are this happy that it has been cancelled, then you knew that means you knew that this was a fraud. This was a source of corruption to this country. Why didn't you call it from the word go? Why didn't you look at Mr. President in the people of his eye and tell him, listen, this is not good for this country? You kept quiet because you wanted to be in good books with the president. I have seen the member for Elders, ADANI, speaking out now. He is now speaking out boldly, saying, "Oh, you know, this was from that go. This was fraud." The same guy sits in that committee, and he was defending Adani. What has changed now? That tells you how we have failed as the voters. We went to elections. I don't know what happened with us, me included. But I want to tell you, Peter, the democracy of this country is going to take a different trajectory in the next election. Trust me. We are not going to go back to elect such kind of people, because they are being bribed with as little as 10,000. Today also I'm very sad because my grandfather the other day paid for dialysis, something he did not pay for under NHIF. And the same people are coming to parliament to defend. I don't know, it's called she, show, shoe. I don't know what it is, because if the least fundamental basic thing, it can't serve the people. If you can't serve the people, Peter, what I am demanding now as a Kenyan youth, what I'm demanding now is the resignation of Opio and I, the first thing. Two, the resignation of the president. That's what I'm demanding as a voter. Because that is the president has got us to where we are. He has come to parliament to try and take credit for a few things. But when you look at the overall picture, I can tell you for sure, when you look, Pepita, when you look at the overall picture, I can tell you, if you are a government that you cannot provide quality education to the youths, you are opening gates to jail. And that is what the president has done, because the funding model is not working. The poor people are being placed in higher bands, while those with the authority and ability get free money from government. And as I learned, I want to tell you, there is nothing to celebrate on. In fact, it is even worse. There is nothing. That was a shroud State of the Nation address done by a corrupt and deceitful president who is behaving like a lion. He has gotten into the haven of goats and sheep and is busy mauling Kenyans. The earlier we wake up, the better. Thank you.
All right. Tribeless. Kuna mtu anasema kwamba Opio needs to apologize to Tribeless directly. That is Barak PhD. Thank you so much for that, Chris Barak. Let's inject. We want our country back. We must get our country back, ladies and gentlemen. I see we have the one and only Moto Kitchen, yeah, and also Cicero. And also see Rikina Redemptor kwenye listener panel. If you want to talk to us, request the microphone and talk to us. This is Home Run. Moto, talk to us.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I just want to encourage everyone that the war has just begun, so we need to mount our wings. I think it's always important to celebrate little wins, as much as somebody else may have, done things that happened in our favor. This should give us, the energy to keep propelling our wings, meaning if you're in any position where you can change the systems and speak up from all corners, inject. That's all I'll say. But let's try to keep that positive focus and momentum where we are winning in this war, and we will continue fighting from all corners. Even me, I'm fighting in my own little way. But just remember that the key is we must have economic liberation for our families, meaning the farmers in the family must be economically liberated so that we can be able to feed ourselves in future. I just wanted to remind you guys that. I know I've not been on the spaces for long, but as we fight this fight, remember, it's all about economic liberation within your family unit. We are moving all in unison, so keep injecting. I'm proud of you guys. Celebrate every milestone, because everything is working in our favor. So whatever favor that happens, we must keep positive and keep pushing. That's all I have. But I wanted to say hi to you guys. It's been a minute.
Sana.
But
yeah,
we're fighting. We're fighting even from our end. Diaspora, wake up. That's all I can say.
All right.
Later.
Thank you for that, Motomoto. I see Cicero is here with us. Cicero, how are you doing?
Yes, how are you guys? And I think we're doing good.
Yeah, we well.
Uh,
Karibu.
I just want to make a few comments, and through that, let me highlight something, uh, or rather, PP Act of 2021, and it says, or it outlines, that the agreements must comply with stringent guidelines, including competitive tendering, unless exempt under specific conditions. And the agreement limits must be a duration of 30 years with the possible extensions approved by Attorney General and the PP committee. Now, I was just thinking about the value of money. And if you look at the amount that was to be given by ADANI to develop JKA, it's around 400 and something billion. Or rather, let's look at the one that has been signed, and that is Ketraco, around 97 something billion. If that was to take 30 years, if that was to take 30 years, then that means every year we are supposed to, the Adani will give 3 billion shillings to Kenya so that they develop Ketraco or whatever they were developing. Now, if you look at our tax base, how we collect our taxes, you find 3 billion shillings is a little money. It's very small quantity of the amount that we collect daily or even yearly. And if we enter in that PPP, then the value of money in those 30 years will be very, very little as compared to our GDP or even how we collect and distribute our taxes. Though, so what I thought about it when I looked in that perspective, it was that this is a lie or something is wrong with whoever is trying to procure the PPP. And therefore, it is very important for us when these things are coming out, we look at them keenly and examine the value that the country or even us we are going to get from them. And I want just to say, I have had a colleague say that these deals are cancelled, or this Adani deal has been cancelled because we have made noise. But I just want to differ with you because Americans have already given a warrant of arrest to this man, and therefore I feel there was a push from America through our president here so that this thing be cancelled. Otherwise, people have had a lot of money, backdoor money, to sign this deal up, and most people must be frustrated with this. And again, the president, I don't believe the president canceled the deal because he really wanted to cancel it. It is maybe the noise that we have made from from the word go, and even Americans who are highlighting that the man has been receiving bribes. I have also heard someone mention about education, but our education model actually is not working. I am a very sad man if I remember I have even a pending degree because of these issues of education systems in Kenya. And I think the other thing that we need to inject apart from these deals is to be given a free education in the country. And this is possible because if you look at how we give out money from MPs, from women rep, even from governors and the national government, all of them have a kit to support education. And the other day, the judiciary said very clear that if we can combine all this money in a kit, then it is very possible that we cater for free education, basic, secondary, and even at university level, so that we bridge the gap of the comrades who lack even money to continue with their education. If we say, for example, let's ensure education in a university is free, then we support the people who are willing to take even the so-called help, then that will enable the comrades who cannot pay fees and even access something to eat to continue with education. Otherwise, the education systems that we are is on the table, I can tell you this is a monkey trick. It is neither working and it will never work because we will continue to enrich those who have the ability to pay, forgetting those cannot even have the access to the university. The other issue, and I have tremendous respect for 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 uh, the Ministry of Health, is about shift. This thing is not going to work as planned because, first of all, why would the president even launch something that is not working? Something tells you that either the government is asleep or the ministry is incompetent. That is the one. Because how would it even allow the president to launch a program that is not working for this? You go to hospital, for example, an outpatient service, and you find you cannot use the so-called shift. And lastly, I know we are talking about ADANI, but let me conclude by saying something about Boma Yetu, or whatever we call a housing levy. There is something worrying about this thing because I am employed, for example, and I am deducted close to 1,000 or something for the so-called housing levy. But when you go to apply for Boma Yangu program so that you can actually get amount or even allocated a house, you are told even to save 200 shillings. Again, remember, a deduction from your salary has already been made. And again, these people asking again for you to save 200 shillings for a certain period of time, which they promise to repay for a period of 7 years if you cannot be able to access an house. And this is worrying trajectory because how can you tax me? And if I want to access a house which I have already paid for, you again ask me to save for me to get the house. So the things that this government are doing, they are very, very questionable at every angle, starting from education, from hospital, from this and Dani and whatever. And I want to say, wherever you are, let's inject for a better country. Let's inject. Let's tell these people this is not the time of Moi or even Kenyatta that everybody was asleep. We are awake and we have ability to question what they are actually doing. And our noise have actually made some progress, a better progress, because we are articulating issues that are there and issues that are good. So what I want to say is that thank you so much, Peter. And if we continue this trajectory, then I can tell you we are at good hands. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you, Cicero, for that, and also for highlighting that issue that is um, that is actually the CDF. You know, we dispense a lot of money through CDF, and of course, we could just have it in one kitty and give people free education. But you see the way the MPs were clapping. I'm asking a question here. Were you satisfied with the State of the Nation address? 12.5% of you are saying yes. 25% are saying not really. 62.5% are saying more lies, more problems. Go to my latest tweet and make sure you vote right there. This is Home Run PP, and it's 37 past the top.
You are listening to Home Run with Pippi. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m.
I see Japonji has shared with us some statistics here from the one and only NTV. They have done a couple of submissions there. Japoji, what do you have to say? I see your hand is up. Before I go back also to Western Chilau and ask him a question.
So, Peter, just allow me just 1 minute. I just realized that actually the president cancelled the ADANI, JKA, and the Ketraco deals. But there is one deal that he has not cancelled. This is the deal with the Jayesh Saini of Nairobi West Hospital, the one for NHIF, that is 104 billion for software. Nakumbuka hiyo. That one has not been cancelled and it's ongoing. I just wanted to highlight that. So as we keep celebrating those who are celebrating, just know this behind your head that there's 104 billion. But thank you.
And Nigeria ilipwa cash, by the way, in full.
Yes, exactly.
Betty.
104 billion.
Betty Trina, uko na jina Trini. Betty Trini, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. What about you?
I am well. Talk to me.
Okay, me whatever I can say. Kenyans, Seti Ruto ametoa hiyo ADANI deal because of Kenyans. Amesteto vizuri because of whatever is happening to ADANI right now. Because if it was because of Kenyans tumeanza kupiga Twitter, watu walianza kupiga kelele kutoka lini. For so many weeks, people have been talking, and Ruto did absolutely nothing about it. Because saizi ametoa, not because of our interest, because of his own interest. Kuficha white, that is how we call it, right? Because kama ingekuwa our interest, angetoa hiyo SHA. Whatever the SHA is, because right now if you go to hospital, the NHIF is not working, you have to pay cash. You have to pay cash. Why do I have to pay cash? And yet I've been paying for NHIF for so long. These are the common things that Ruto could have first spoken about. Actually, hata hiyo ADANI deal imekuja leo. I guess leo ndio hizo news za ADANI zimekuja kutoka USA, if I'm not wrong. So he's just playing with our mind. There's nothing hapo hata kucelebrate, by the way. There's nothing to celebrate of. He's not listening to us. Anaran tu hii Kenya tu venye anataka. Unaona venye anaran hiyo bedroom yake. Beta, peleka, fanya hivi. That is how he's running the country. It's high time we wake up. Tuende hata kama ni hizo streets, it's okay. Because right now anasema ati we are working on abduction and everything we are working on. He's working, he have power to hold accountability of people who killed innocent Kenyans out there on the streets. Watu wako na footage and anasema hizo footage ati si real. Aje sasa. The police were killing Kenyans. Even journalists were being killed. We did nothing, but now sasa anaficha tu white for Kenyans to just shut up. Kenyans right now washa divert your mind. Kutoka kwa ADANI, now they will shut up for weeks. They will forget the problem right now. Kwanza saizi, I don't know if I'm just the one who is receiving messages from the agricultural something, Calro, telling me actually I go pick bags of maize, bags of agriculture, and calling me a male's name. Meaning this is something, they just registered numbers randomly. If I don't go pick those bags, they'll definitely sell the bags. That's corruption, you know.
Betty, hey, this is very sad. Yani mimi nikiangalia hivi naona at every corner kuna kitu inateremka. There is something that is happening. So I'm really sorry. And of course I've seen also Chief has also had that issue of assigning people's kids names za watoto wenye si wao.
I'm being called a mail number. I go pick bags of fertilizers and bags of beans and bags of, I don't know.
Did you apply? Did you apply? Maybe you applied.
Even imagine I didn't even apply.
Shamba like kipya Betty.
Hata tuanze tu hapa.
Ama mubaba zamekuwekea huko kwa hiyo na ujue.
Imagine I'm a Kikuyu and be called a lawyer's name. Imagine I'm called a lawyer's name.
Meaning if I don't Betty, mbaba nakudanganya jina. Labda alienda akakuandikia. Yaani uandikie mpaka bags of fertilizer. Hey.
Imagine bags of fertilizers. I'm being called I'm being called a name, a name.
Na tuliwawarn kuhusu Luya men na polygamy. Si mnasikianga Ismailuta kwa space hapa kila siku. Polygamy. Mnafikiria ni kwa nini? Na hivi ndio hamjui mabibi zao, kwa sababu huku nje wanaita majina za mabwana wengine. Sasa unaona kawe labda hivyo ndio umeseviwa kwa account yake. Anyway, sitaki kuvunja boma though. Imagine how many other people are actually, let's just be honest. Imagine how many other people are getting these texts za kuuziwa fertilizer na majina za wengine.
Imagine hata si kuuziwa fertilizers. I'm being texted and being told to go and pick 3 bags. Yeah, go pick.
So if you show up at that NCPB spot, they're going to give you fertilizer that you have not paid for.
Imagine I haven't gone to pick because even I don't have a shamba right now. You know, so hizo bags watafanya nini? Si kumaanisha hizo bags they go and sell them, because kwa accountability kwao wataonyesha we gave out these free bags of fertilizers and these free bags of beans, free bags of what, and they are calling me a male name. Can you imagine the type of corruption that is in Kenya? You know, because someone went and registered my number because wako na namba nyingi tu za mkate, you know. You're trying to get my point. At least get my point.
Acha tu kitu naweza kuadvise kama a good citizen. Go to the nearest NCPB and see. Ukuje utuambie venye itasemekana. Yeah. Go there.
I'm in Kenya.
And tell them niko na hii message. I just want us to just try. Yeah?
How can I try?
Walikwambia ndio uchukue wapi? Wende uchukue kwa NCPB gani?
The nearest even I don't know, because me when I tu hapo kwa notification and I just drag the corruption.
Wamekuitako nani?
Wamenita sijui hata it's a male name. It's a male name actually.
Sasa wewe enda tu kwa hivi na uambie, unajua mpaka kuwe na zile zaitwa tanakali za Kiswahili zinatokanga pale Kakamega. Uambie kwamba ndiposa nimekuja ako leo hapa.
But you know, it's not funny by the way, because
it's not funny actually.
These fertilizers, they're supposed to benefit farmers, you know, but wanaziuza for their own benefits, you know. Vitu kama SHA, this is what RUTO is supposed to actually be talking about, not talking about like mimi umse anatudanganya tu, he's just talking lies. Like we are just tired. And actually Kenyans will just forget, because akiona mwaka imeenda kuisha, the 2026 ikienda kuisha, he'll start a project. Now he'll tell you, I've started this project and mtaona your project. Re-elect me so that I can continue with the project, so that I can finish with the project. And Kenyans watasahau. They'll just re-elect him. This is how they play our mind.
Thank you so much, Betty, for that engagement. I want to go to Western Shilaho for a minute. Yeah, 4:45 to 6 p.m. Of course, getting into our second hour of Home Run with PP special edition State of the Nation. Every once a year, the president is warranted by the Constitution to address the nation through the joint parliament in addressing the situation of the country. So the president has just addressed the nation, and we are getting to hear various thoughts from various people on this very auspicious event. Pale kwa comment section pia naona watu wanaandika vitu zingine za ajabu, wanaambia Betty awekele za kuwaya cash. Honestly, what level of corruption is this? You remember the fertilizer scandal that we started the year with? So that is also something that we also need to talk about. Anyway, so Western Shilaho, we were talking earlier on the fact that the president did not listen to his people, but listened to the investigative authorities, because it only took less than 6 hours after the announcement that Adani was being indicted, that we are now seeing him quitting it. What are your thoughts on all this?
Peter, what that meant was that RUTO and his lackeys realized that continue dealing with ADANI could actually land them in the, sights of the US, legal and intelligence apparatuses. That's what it means. It will be corruption. What they would be doing with ADANI will be corruption, defined under US law as punishable act. And they would indict you, even as a cabinet minister of the Republic of Kenya. So they are to back off for their own self-preservation, not because they care about, public coffers or the rule of law or the noise. They realize, no, here we would be crossing the red line because those deals are very shady. Adani deals are shady. So it can't be that he had shady deals in some other jurisdiction. He has clean deals in Kenya. They're shady deals. And once the US characterizes you as a corrupt person, it doesn't matter where you're doing corruption, because some of those deals go through the US payment system. So by that very fact, you are contravening the rules and laws, and they will come after you. So they backed off. It's no longer about Kenyans speaking on social media, on space. The matter is now where we have no control over. Yeah, you would see some of those cabinet ministers being indicted. So what do? You cancel it, and then you make it look as if, you've been listening to the Kenyan people. You care about moral rectitude. You care about prudence, use of public money. No, you don't. You just realize, no, here we are getting into choppy waters. And because some does not play games, will come after you. Secondly, these are individuals who have demonstrated in the past those things about Bill Gates, the outgoing US ambassador to Kenya, and of course the outgoing government of Joe Biden. These are people who listen to the White House and they don't question. So that whom the White House characterizes as an enemy effectively becomes an enemy of the government of Kenya. That whom the White House characterizes as an ally, a friend, ipso facto becomes a friend and ally of the government of Kenya. So they take instructions from there. And at the same time, they would wax lyrical about sovereignty and those kind of things. No, there's no sovereignty here. It's not there. The sad state of affairs, frankly speaking, if you're to ask me. So that is it, Pepita. That's my reading. That's my reading.
Luka Matoke. One thing, before I even go to Luka, Western, you get that the president was very tippy-toeing when it came to the words of, when it comes to the relationship between the public and the police, what we call the security apparatus. He, in fact, said that the people who were actually taking part in all this were criminals, and they were finding it hard to know between vandals and criminals. So on both sides, he says it was criminals versus criminals, which means he's not even accepting that, he's not even acknowledging that somebody was picked in Dusit. You know how crazy it is? Somebody is picked in the city, in the capital city of your country, and your security apparatus don't know. And this person is not just a normal, is not just MC Pipita from Rongai. Is Kizza Besigye second in command in Uganda for very long. Opposition leader. Yeah. So, and I thought I was going to talk about such things, and of course, how we are looking to strengthen our foreign policy.
Peter, if you listen to the Foreign Affairs PS, I think it was yesterday night, it was one of the local TV stations, and he was using a lot of nonsense. Because Peter, I can tell you for free, even if Kizza Besigye doesn't say he's visiting Kenya, they will know that if Kiza Besige is on our home soil, they would know. So this notion that he didn't inform us, so we didn't know, it's not true. It's not true. What is it about intelligence? You know, if you can tell which aircraft is, overflying your airspace, you also tell which individual is in your territory. And especially if there's these prominent personalities, you know whether they inform you or not, because they didn't go through a bush. They went through some immigration desk office. So don't the systems register that Kiza has entered Kenya's, home soil or airspace, no matter how he came? So it was a lot of nonsense. Secondly, you would also know when foreign intelligence apparatuses are operating in your country, you know they're here. Either courtesy of some kind of formal agreement, or if they're doing it clandestinely, you're going to raise issues. Let me give you an example. A couple of years ago, there was a diplomatic row between South Africa and Rwanda. South Africa's intelligence apparatuses realized that Rwandan intelligence apparatuses were operating in their country, and they took great exception to that. According to them, it was a gross violation of South Africa's integrity. You don't do that. You don't do that to your sister country. You don't. You have to inform them. We want to come, or there's a person of interest in your country or citizen. Could you help us apprehend that person? And then they will listen. What are the reasons? If they don't, you cannot just dispatch people and they go to a country like tourists while they've got clandestine, and nefarious intentions. So in the case of South Africa and Rwanda, South Africa accused Rwanda of, dispatching intelligence and security apparatus in South Africa to hunt down dissidents, people opposed to the government in Kigali. South Africa took great exception. That was a diplomatic row, because in diplomatic circles, that is serious. So when the Kenyan government tells you Ugandan security apparatus were on Kenyan soil, and they're talking about it like a light matter, the conclusion is that they knew what was going on. They knew. Otherwise, why would you talk about it like a light matter? Well, why? It can't be. You are desecrating the sovereignty of that country. And that's why there's this extradition. You have to apply to the country where your citizen is, and you say that person has committed crime here. We would like to have him back. So you go through the legal channels. You can even go through the court of law. A judge rules and says, look, there's evidence that you committed a crime back home. We will dispatch you back home to go and face trial. That's how it happens. You don't just come and abduct someone and rendition the person, to wherever you are. No, that's Gestapo-like tactics. It doesn't work in a civilized world. Like in Kenya, Pipita, you see the Kenya government. There are these two individuals. One was former Minister of Finance, this Treasury. And the other one was the long-serving Managing Director of Kenya Power and Lighting Company. One is Chris Okemo. The other one is Gishuru. Yes. These individuals, they were accused of siphoning money from public coffers through these power deals we're talking about, and stashing that money in Jersey Islands. There's some tax haven, Jersey Islands. It's a tax haven. So where they stashed the money, they were processed, and the authorities in Jersey Island believe that these people are engaging in corruption. This money they are stashing here cannot be really out of honest work. This must be proceeds of corruption. So they asked the Kenyan government to extradite these two individuals to go and face justice in Jersey Island. No, they have never been taken back. They have never been taken to Jersey Island. That matter started under Mwai Kibaki. Uhuru Kenyatta is now William Ruto. And you can be sure they won't be taken to that place. They go to court, judge rules, and then say DPP, AG, they are not yet agreeing. That is it. But contrast that case with that Kenyan who left the US after he had allegedly murdered his girlfriend and ran to Kenya and decided to hide. What the Americans said, they reached out to the Kenyan government and said, we need that person. We need that person immediately. So that guy at some point he was arrested and then he ran away. We don't know. No, Americans were clear. We need that individual. There's reason to believe that he's the one who might have committed this murder here. What happened? Before long, the guy was on the flight back to the US, extradited to go and face trial there. That's how it works. You reach out to the authorities. So you don't just kidnap Kizza Besigye. But in any case, do you have to do it if you're the Ugandan government? Because he had left Uganda. Kizza Besigye was not living in Kenya. You see how ridiculous this is. He had left Uganda, come to Kenya. So why do you have to abduct him in Kenya? You just wait. After he's done with the whatever function that has brought him to Kenya, he goes back to Uganda. Then you arrest him if you have got reason to believe he's committed a crime. So this whole drama is not necessary. But what does it tell you, Pepita? What it tells you is that, yeah, we suck when it comes to foreign policy. We suck. And foreign policy is nothing. It's just you going to stand by your national interests. You will not compromise. We have got political elite who are ever kowtowing to external forces. And this case is not just the US, even Uganda. They kowtow to Uganda. They kowtow, I don't know, to Ethiopia, whichever country. Kenyan political elite never stand up for Kenya. That's very bizarre. They never stand up for Kenya. What was their reaction, for instance, when Uganda took Migingo Island? Do you remember their response? They went mute. And at the time when just Museveni had taken over Migingo, Museveni would come to Nairobi and there would be a red carpet rolled out for him. And he would say all sorts of things that would never mention that Migingo. They would never mention it. So they will not stand for Kenya. They are not going to speak for Kenya. They will not call out anybody. But when it comes to Kenyan citizens raising issues, they come down heavily on them. See, that's the most bizarre thing. That you can be scared of external actors, but you're so brutal to your own citizens. Which country behaves like that? Which country? I don't know. There's no country. You are scared of external actors. You are scared of engaging people who are clearly contravening your sovereignty, desecrating your sovereignty. But when it comes to your citizens, you can really treat them disgustingly. You don't even listen to them. That is a matter of self-esteem, Pepita. It's just self-esteem. Why? If these are the people who elected you to represent their interests, to defend them, to protect them, why do you treat them so shabbily like that? Why do you speak about a foreign government, foreign entities operating on your home soil as if it's a slight matter? You go to a studio, to a TV studio, and you say, no, we didn't know. No, Kizza Besigye should have informed us he was coming. No, you would know. But in any case, he's a civilian. He was not a state visitor to inform the Ugandan High Commission in Nairobi. He came on a private mission, private function. You should know you had come. So they are covering up for their, kowtowing, for their cowardice. That's what it is. There's a lot of nonsense that the PS was talking about. And when they talk about foreign policy, I don't know what they mean. We have always been fence sitters as far as foreign policy is concerned, Peter. We have been fence sitters. Even at the time when Africa was united against apartheid in South Africa, the Kenyan government did not have any position on that matter. And if you don't have a position on that matter, it simply means you're siding with the oppressor, with the apartheid regime. Ask yourself, why people are fighting against the apartheid regime in South Africa had camps in Tanzania, that camps in Uganda, that camps in Zambia, all over, but they had no camps in Kenya. Why? Because apartheid regime was backed by the West. Margaret Thatcher at that time in Britain, Ronald Reagan, those people who are in the 80s in the US. And Kenya has always been a Western lucky, so they could not afford to go against the West. So They took this, see no evil, say no evil, do no evil kind of approach, hands on. But in the face of injustice, atrocities, you're unique, you stand aside. No, you are siding with the oppressor. So that is the problem with this foreign policy thing of the country. To even look at the Gaza conflict, where is the Kenyan government position? It is with Israel. It is with Israel. Where is the Kenyan position on South Africa's case before the International Court of Justice, where they have taken Israel? Now, Netanyahu has just been indicted by the ICC and some Hamas leaders. Where is Kenyan position on that? They're not with South Africa. They're not. They have no position on that. They will tell you about blah, blah, two-state security, two-state solution and stuff like that. Where is your position on the genocide that's going on in the Gaza? You have no position. You wait. Where is Uncle Sam? Uncle Sam is on the side of Israel. Okay. We're not going to make anything that will go contrary to Uncle Sam. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? And then you think you are a sovereign state. You're not a sovereign state. You're not. And these things, Peter can tell you, these things will play themselves out when the AU elections for AU Commission Chair will be held next year. These things will play out. Kenyan government will be caught. You'll have to explain vis-a-vis these things. I promise you. It's not just that Raila Odinga has disappointed us in Kenya. They have also disappointed many actors on the continent. They have taken very controversial positions on the continent. Even that act where William Ruto went to the Oval Office and sat there. I mean, many people across Africa took great exception to that. Sitting on the, that Joe Biden chair, they took great exception to that. They did. Why would a head of state of a sovereign country behave like that? Why? Why would you behave like that? Why would you be excited? So those questions will come, even if will come. And this shadow diplomacy that they are doing around, those questions will come. This Kenya, where does Kenya stand on this, on BRICS? For instance, Peter, BRICS. William Ruto, soon after he was elected, BRICS had a very huge summit in South Africa. They invited Kenya. Kenya didn't pitch. William Ruto didn't pitch. Instead, he sent some low-key delegation, led at that time by Mutua Alfred. Low-key. And at that time, they were expanding BRICS, bringing on board many other countries. Kenya didn't pitch. Why? Because we're allies of the West. We don't do things that, these people from the global South, we don't. We are allies of the West, of Uncle Sam, of America, of Europe. These are the people who tell us which direction to go. Now, with Joe Biden leaving, Trump coming, I'm told Kenya is now asking whether they can be allowed to go back to BRICS. Oh, really? Oh, really, eh? Oh, is that it? No, we really suck as far as international relations are concerned. We suck. We're fence-sitters. We're spineless. We are pro-West through and through, regardless of what they do. That it has haunted us for so many years. It's going also to come to the fore, come next year, February, where Raila Odinga will be campaigning, will be up for election. I mean, his bid for the AU Commission chair, it will come, I can promise you, those things will come. Is this a country we can entrust with Africa? What is your position on Pan-Africanism? We have no position on Pan-Africanism. We're not Pan-Africanists. We just invoke it. When the ICC comes knocking, we invoke it. When the ICC goes, well, our Eurocentric mindset comes out, and we don't even disguise it. We don't. So, Pipita, that's my take. That is my take as far as these things are concerned. The Kenyan government is disdainful of the citizens of Kenya. And I always ask, you have got the Kenyan passport, you've got the Kenyan ID, you expect your government to protect you and defend you, but they don't do it. Who else will? Who else will? No one else will. Because you're not a citizen of Bermuda or of Haiti. Even the Haiti mission, Papita, the Haiti mission, they're asking for money from you to go and fund the Haiti mission, from you the taxpayer. When they were taking these police officers to Haiti, the language was that Americans will take the tab. No, They're asking money. Because Trump, you can be sure, he's cutting on spending. Eh? That's the job that Elon Musk has been given. Cut on spending. Excess, wastage, cut. So he's going to ask, what's the relevance of this Haiti mission? And who are the Kenyans? What are they doing there? Well, let them fund that thing by themselves. Kenya had requested, made a case, was it yesterday, that this mission be upgraded to a peacekeeping mission. Now, when it's upgraded to a peacekeeping mission, what it means that the UN takes over. So the UN funds it and everything. No, Russia and China, they vetoed that, said no. There is no persuasive logic to upgrade the mission. There isn't. In any case, you only deploy a peacekeeping mission where there's peace to keep. There's no peace in Haiti. It's a gang-infested country. There's no peace to keep in Haiti. So this mission cannot be upgraded to a peacekeeping mission. What does that mean? It leaves Nairobi with a bill. Or if they wake up one morning and say, no, you police officers come back home, they can do it. But I can promise you, going forward, that money that was promised is not coming. It was under Joe Biden. Joe Biden is going home. Donald Trump is coming, and Donald Trump, from the get-go, he set up a Department of Government Efficiency. Yeah. Cut down on bureaucracy, on wasteful spending, on wars. It's cutting down on all those things. So we again have to dig deep in our pockets. We don't have money there already to fund this Haiti thing. And wars are very expensive. This is like war. They're very expensive. So for how many years will you be in Haiti, these police officers? For how many years? How many years? Can you see how our government puts us in a lot of problems? Simply because they're spineless. You just can't tell the US, no, I am not going to do the dirty work for you. You can't. You say, no, I will do the dirty work for you. Why can't the US send their soldiers, their security apparatus to Haiti? From US to Haiti, it's just like a stone's throw away. Kenya to Haiti, how many miles? How many? Why don't you ask US? You just go there. Take your security apparatus to Haiti and tackle those gangs. Why do you want us to do it? Yeah, we do it. Because we're America's blue-eyed, ally in Africa and in the developing world. If America wants to do something, go to Nairobi, they will do it for you. If Bill Gates wants to do his funny experiments and vaccinations, go to Nairobi. They will do it for you. They will even vaccinate kids in schools without even the consent of their parents. Who does that? Do you know of a country where a kid can go home and say, Mommy, I was vaccinated at school? Do you know of such a country? You'll go to jail. The lawsuits that the government will have to contend with, they cannot try those kind of games. But you don't know, kids were vaccinated at school. What were they being vaccinated with? That can only happen in Kenya, not in any other country. You dare not do that. You need the consent of the parent for you to do anything to their child at school. It's not like when their child goes to school, now you've got a carte blanche to do anything to that child. No, but these things are happening in Kenya. Why? Why are they happening? Yeah, the West, they want to do experimentations on smallpox. What is this? Monkeypox. How many cases of monkeypox do we have in Nairobi or Kenya? How many? So, Pipita, that's my worry. I'm worried that we have got people who don't think twice when it comes to selling out Kenyans. And for a pittance, just sell them for a pittance. After all, where will they take you? They can't sue you. Hawezi wakakusiu. Even if they sue and the courts, award damages, you won't pay. You won't pay them damages. Na watakupeleka wapi? That's how the government of Kenya behaves with utter, complete disregard for the well-being and the interests of the Kenyan people. So I don't know what they want to do with this foreign policy thing that they're revising. I don't know. But we have not had any foreign policy. With us, we have always waited for the West to tell us, go right, we go right, go left, we go left. That's why you can see these ministers and these parliamentarians, they keep quiet and then suddenly they are done a thing, they shout and clap. Like, you don't have a brain. Yeah, when you're a sycophant, you don't have a brain. You wait to be told what to do. No, this thing is good, you clap. Next thing, it's bad, you also clap. This person is your friend, you clap, you celebrate. No, this person is the enemy. Oh, you start insulting that person. That's what happens. when you're a sycophant. You are controlled like a robot, like an automaton. You tell me, who is my enemy? This is your enemy. You start insulting them. No, they tell no, it was not this one. I meant that one. You start insulting that one. So no, this one is your friend. No, you start celebrating them. The same person you were insulting yesterday. You're praising him. Yeah, because you have no brain of your own. Thank you, Pipita.
Thank you, Bwana Western Shilaho. I see we have Mudhiora, Luka Matoke, and Japonji also here. Japonji, I don't know if you have anything else to add to us on this conversation as well, as we continue conversation on this. And also, the president talked about Taifa Care as well and accessibility of healthcare.
Happy Peter, not now. I'm on my workout. I'll just be listening. Just drop me down from the speakers and I'll be listening. Thank you. Thank you.
Sawa sawa. Luka Matoke, do you have something to add on to this conversation?
Yeah, hello again.
Jambo.
So, mi kitu naweza sema, I understand the frustration vile watu wanasema there is nothing to celebrate. I understand your frustration. Lakini some of us, we celebrate even the small wins. It might not have come in the way that we wanted it to come. The reasons for canceling the ADANI guys might not have been the reasons that we genuinely wanted, but at least it has been cancelled. We might lose money. There are chances of that happening. We've already lost money, but at least tumeachana na wao, so that we focus on other better things. Yeah, like now I was really worried if ADANI were going to be involved in the transmission of our power lines. They're going to be involved. Haingekuwa kitu nzuri. And it's not that I have it in for any investor. No. Sasa Pipita, allow me to use this example. If you are a lady and you hear this man has many baby mamas around in the neighborhood, and he is not treating those baby mamas well, why would you take the risk of dating such an individual? But then we've had the issues. There were issues in Bangladesh, issues in the country they come from, India, issues in USA. Why would we be involved with them again? It was wrong, but vile wamesimamisha tu, it's good. And I understand our country, we don't take people seriously. We don't take things seriously compared to other countries. But kitu ninajua, in this world, if you see two countries, there are two countries that if any of them raises a question mark about you, believe you me, you're not clean. And one of that country is the United Kingdom, and another one is the USA. Once they raise their fingers about you, once there is issues about you, once they put question marks on you, inamaanisha there is something wrong with you. And you can see it's their media that were being involved. Right from the beginning, they were giving all these bits and bits of information that ADANI have been involved in stock manipulation, ADANI have been involved in bribery. Yeah, and now that they went forward to do that, to go forward and take these people to court, which they are doing at the moment, that is the last straw that broke the camel's back. Another issue I remember very well, there was this time FIFA was having issues with the United Kingdom. There were issues on their ward of the 2018 World Cup and the 2022. Those issues, once they cropped up and the USA picked them up, I tell you, even FIFA had to behave. Latter had to resign because the kinds of investigation they were starting on them, the way they were going to freeze their bank accounts, freeze the bank accounts of the partners of FIFA and the rest. And the United Kingdom to withdraw. England was going to withdraw from FIFA. They were going to withdraw with all their clubs and everyone, and they were threatening to form another body that was going to manage football. It sent serious shockwaves. So I'm happy it might be small wins, but I'm very happy that at least for ADANI, we are done. And this, there is something it has created, and I don't know why people are not highlighting on that. Activism is really active in our country. Activism is a very good thing, and it's really helping us to solve most of these issues that we have. Yeah, the government is not doing well when it comes to some issues, but this activism, going to the streets, protests, holding the spaces like this, no change to our country. We cannot also forget our journalists. They have been very good journalists in different media houses who've been working with us. They have been doing a very good work. We are also doing a good work. I'd encourage us to continue doing these things. Remember, this country is ours. It does not belong to the politicians alone. Someone started by highlighting the issues with this ADANI deal, saying, the airport is going all this, and people started looking in that direction, and we've really been working in that direction. And finally, we've had success. It's my prayer that if this message can reach as many people as possible, we need to continue working in this direction. Pressure, activism, going to the streets, coming online for the spaces, and the good journalists that are helping us. It's a very good thing. We are saying like our children, though the generations are coming, we are creating a better society. We are not there yet, but we are on the right track. We need to celebrate these small wins that we're making. Thank you. That was my submission this moment.
Bwana Mutiara, what can you add on this?
Well, PP, for me, I wish to highlight two things. Number one, if you look at our constitution, the president today did not have to go back to the manifesto he gave to Kenyans in 2022 and try to tell us how much he has done in terms of making true those promises. He spoke about the economy, he spoke about the projects they've undertaken and the results. That had no place today because the Constitution is very clear. In fact, I could read it for you so we all know what it says. And it says in Article 132, you go to section Roman 3, that the president shall submit a report for debate to the National Assembly on the progress made in fulfilling the international obligations of the Republic. That's the last bit. And when you go to the first part, that's Roman 1, it talks about reporting an address to the nation on all measures taken and the progress achieved in the realization of the national values referred to in Article 10. There's nowhere where it requires him to tell us about how well the economy is doing and everything he got involved in today. So that in itself shows lack of respect for Kenyans because he had a job to do and he veered off the job he was supposed to do today because today was very specific. Now, with regard to our international obligations, we are signatories to international conventions that require that we provide protection to refugees. And there are people who have sought asylum in Kenya who our government has willingly given up to their countries. Countries they ran away because they felt that their lives were in danger and that they would be harmed but then our government allowed for mercenaries to operate freely. You remember the Turks who were taken just the other day and returned to Turkey. You remember there's a story of Tekle, the Ethiopian, who to date is not known where he was taken. There's a South Sudan guy, and then most recently, Kiza Besige. The question here is, when we make our country a playground for mercenaries, does that mean that our sovereignty counts for naught? And isn't that not enough reasons for us now, not even to wait for the courts to determine whether our president has given up Kenya's sovereignty to the world, but sisi wenyewe kama wananchi to demand kwamba Ruto ajiuzulu, manake ili jukumu kuu amelitelekeza, ameshindwa kutimiza. Kenya today, tukianza na enzi za Uhuru Kenyatta, wakati Museveni aliinvade Migingo akafanya ambavyo alitaka, alafu tuje hii ambayo imefanyika over the weekend ya Kizza Besigye kuchukuliwa na baadaye kwenda kushtakiwa kwa kuwa sijui eti alikuwa na bunduki hapa Nairobi Riverside, badala ya kushtakiwa katika mahakama za Kenya, anaenda kushtakiwa kwa makosa ambayo anasemwa amefanya Kenya. Uganda inapaswa sisi tujiulize, Kenya wakati huu, are we a district of Uganda? Because the way Museveni has run things is like Kenya is some province that belongs to Uganda. Before the blood-based government was formed, you recall he invited the president and Raila Amolo Odinga, and they went to his farm. And while there, they hatched up this whole plan about how they were going to run Kenya. And of course, we know since then they came and they prioritized the plan to impeach the deputy president, which is not a priority to the Kenyan people. And then all these things that they have continued to do, including the formation of the new cabinet that included members from the minority party in parliament. So hii inafaa ikusumbue wewe kama mwananchi mzalendo kwamba taifa letu wakati huu halina hadhi, ile sovereignty ambayo tulipigania na tukapata wakati Kenya ilikuwa jamhuri. Then once we have handled that, let me ask, do we support the processes that are out there with regard to making our nation great? For instance, on the 29th of this month, there'll be a mention of a case that is seeking that the High Court is empaneled to look into charges where William Ruto has violated our constitution. And some of those charges include the fulfillment of our international obligations and, of course, the sovereignty of Kenya. Because if we interacted with these cases out there, then we'd be able to take our activism into every space. Because the one place Kenyans don't march in is the ongoing cases. For instance, when we were fighting Finance Bill 2024, not many people knew that there were active cases with regard to Finance Bill 2023. If we can keep in charge that we are involved in every step, then perhaps they will be careful. Right now, we know that there'll be new deals that will be signed. And if we are to get value for our money, we must show that, number one, we understand that Parliament is captured and that the judiciary could sometimes be subverted to serve the interests of the executive. But we, the people, remaining vigilant, will mean that
I think we've lost Mudiora. Confirmed with me that we have lost Mudiora, but I feel like I've lost Mudiora.
All the atrocities that have been committed against the Kenyan people is if the chief agent, the enemy of the people, that is William Ruto, is out of office, and with him, everyone that came into government. Today,
I don't know if it's Weston. Can you confirm that I'm not the one who's missing? I think he has even dropped. Patrick, how are you doing? Patrick, Patrick Mbudhi. Can you hear me? Ni kama pia Patrick Mbudhi anisikii. Unajua ni kama Patrick, nimekutoa ukiitisha. Hebu request the microphone and talk to us. When you're in the speaker panel, always be close to the mic. Cabinet, unajua mimi kama ingekuwa eti sikuwa hapa hivyo wakati cabinet ilifutwa kazi na wakarudishwa job wote. Tell me who was in that cabinet that is not working in State House or somewhere there. I thought so. Yes, Patrick, can you see me? If you can, talk to me. Yes, it's 6:30 p.m. East Africa and we have been following up on this issue. Na leo kwa street kulikuwa kumewaka kuwaka. How are you doing, Pato? Jambo, Patrick. Unmute your mic and talk to me. Aya, sijui jambo ya Patrick. Patrick, ukiingia kwa mic, hebu refresh. Yeah, you have to refresh, Pato. Ingia una mute kwanza ndio ina nasa. Ala?
This is the home run with PP.
Pale kwenye comment section naona Redemptor anasema tunamwonea 18. I feel your skepticism. This is how firing cabinet secretaries started. How did it end? That is Wanjira Maina's earlier conversation as she was saying, as a pessimist, I just know that Adani will be sneaked back through the back doors, and today's cancellation is just a populist sensational declaration. We saw it with the Finance Bill 2024 and dismissed cabinet secretaries. Bookmark this. Do you really need to bookmark it? I don't know. Patrick, if you can hear me, just come over to the microphone and talk to us. I don't know what is happening, but also you can request the microphone and talk to me. Na leo napata tu account za June 2024. Afande please. Account zote ni za June 2024. July 2024. Afande please. Hey, Allah. Mbona siku tunataka kuongelea state of the nation ndo account za June 2024 zinakuja kazi? Hebu mniambie mmetumwa na nani? Na uwanga analipanga ngapi kwa job kaa hii? Hata mimi naweza amua niache kufanya spaces niwajue ni hiyo side ingine. Yes, I can hear you, Patrick.
Can hear me. Now, I just wanted to mention or to comment about the ADANI cancellation. And I strongly believe that RUTO does not care much about what Kenyans say. And I think the issue of indictment by the US is what has triggered the whole issue and has become a hot potato. That's why maybe they have decided, no, they are not waiting. So they decided, RUTO decided, and his gang to leave the whole deal. If I can give you a little bit of a story of a friend who has been in the US for the last for about 8 years now, and the lady went got the citizenship. So she's now a holder of the dual citizenship. Last year November, she remitted some money back home, and the money landed into her account in the KCB bank. Then the money was flagged because the amount came in was around 10 times the actual money she sent. And the central bank notified the KCB, and she was supposed to report to the at the Kiambu Road DCI for explanation. Now, to her surprise, she found herself locked in for 3 days for interrogation. And the guys there were demanding that she forfeits the whole amount, right? I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. So there was that demand that she forfeits the whole amount, which was almost 100 million. And she was really harassed. For 3 days, she remained there. Only now the way you get back into your mind after a lot of stress, and she remembered, oh, I'm a citizen of the US. She quickly looked for the number to the US embassy in Nairobi. She called, and within 2 to 3 hours, the whole issue was solved, and a series of apology letters was written to her, and being requested not to pursue the issue, because even the embassy was recommending that she either sues the bank that remitted sent the money, the bank in the US that sent the money, or the government. So on the side of the embassy of the US, it feels like they do a lot of work for the citizens. Yet in Kenya, it's like the citizens are being held. The government handles its people like animals. So, and it was very annoying to see that you go to the US and then come back home hoping to invest the money locally, and then someone decides to harass you, keep you in cold for several days, attempting to twist you with a goal of taking the money away from you. Now, we need to look at the government as the enemy of the people in Kenya, because I don't believe the government cares about its people in Kenya. And the whole issue, I've heard of all manner of, I think we're being led by mad people. And the reason, if there's one thing I don't like about RUTO, is that he behaves in a manner that he seems to be the most incompetent person we have in this country. And now, unfortunately, he's the president. You even wonder where he went to school, and even the papers he holds. It feels like they are all fake, because most of the time he behaves like a village boy, even getting excited with things that he should not. He is someone who is at his age and exposure, position, and all that does not align with his behavior at all. So, as the citizens of this republic, we need to think on how we can come up with strategies to put the government to its rightful place and demand for the for what is ours and guaranteed by the Constitution. I've always been thinking about the killings and the police brutality. And I've been feeling like we are the people who allow all this to happen. Why? If you go to the statistics, we obviously know that we are over 50 million citizens. And when it comes to police, we have about 110 police officers cumulatively. And if you look at that, the police to the population ratio, it's about 1:500, 450, 460 citizens. We need to come to a place and ask ourselves, because the politicians are the beneficiaries of all the evils committed against the citizens by the police and the corruption itself, we need to realize that we are the people who need to stand and say enough is enough, because politicians will never address the issue of corruption. They are the greatest beneficiaries of it. They are the beneficiaries of police brutality. And we need to come to a place where we ask ourselves, the police, will the police be part of us, or be part of the machinery to be used by the politicians to keep on harassing people all through and through? Because I don't see a place where politicians will drop this urge of misusing the police. And we need to first to ask ourselves, does the life of one police officer against 450, does his or her life more important than of over 450 citizens whom he or she is supposed to police? And we need to get that and see that, and demand that it's either the police comes back to respecting the law, or as citizens we join them in disregarding the law and do what is right for us, because we don't know who next, who be abducted, who be slaughtered. And it's a question that we need to discuss and come to a conclusion and make some firm positions. Because when it comes to the sovereignty, we are the people, and we are the ones who grant this power. We are the people who even guarantee the security of these waheshimiwas, so called. And it cannot be that whenever they want to silence us, they go for one person, they deal with him or her, and ensure that you're silent. We need to agree that any other abduction that happens in this country must be dealt with swiftly by all citizens. And I know a lot of people across the country are ready to stand and say enough is enough. I don't have much to say, but I think that's my submission for now. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Patrick, as well, for sharing your thoughts with us here. I see Koroni is here with us. How are you doing, Koroni? Is it Koroni or Koroni?
Koroni.
Habari ya Koroni.
Poa sana.
Welcome to the show. Talk to us.
Hi, mimi kutoka village huko Marakwet.
Marakwet kunasemaje? Ulisikia State of the Nation address ya Bwana Rais?
Wewe, nimesikia maneno yafuatayo watoto yangu, lakini kitu moja nataka kuwaambia. Hii Kenya ni kama huyu mtu tulipea kura, mimi sikupea, lakini wenye alipea kura walipea mtu mwenye ana kambula. Unajua kambula? Anajaribu ni kambula kabisa, anajaribu huku na huku, pata potea. Tuko kwa pata potea kwa hii Kenya. Anajaribu apate yake, alafu ikianguka sisi tumeanguka, yeye anapata yake, ameweka kwa mfuko yake, anajaribu hii. Sasa watu walichakua kambula kabisa, na mwenye alichorea yeye hiyo nini yake inaitwa nini, manifesto yake, sijui ni shetani gani, kwa sababu alijaribu hiyo maneno yake, aliandikiwa anajaribu. Sasa kambula
Sasa jamani, Koroni ameenda wapi jamani? Koroni, aidha Jamani, we can't even have a good submission from Marakwet before they go with the network. Koronyi, if you can hear me, request the microphone and come back. Jamani, Mr. Incredible, talk to us while they wait for Koroni akuje. Kwa sababu anasema kwamba huyu jamaa aliandikiwa script na amesema kwamba ndo anakwama nayo mpaka mwisho. I'd like to hear from Koroni when you're back. Koroni, ukiweza request microphone size utuongeleshe. Team Ball, how are you doing? Mr. Incredible, ukoaje? Allah. Okay, so I want to understand this. So this chief is now Taifa Care. Ama mimi ndo nimechanganyikiwa. Because I had chief and I was confused. I had Taifa Care and I was like, hebu mtu mwenye ameielewa anieleweshe hadi hapo kwanza. Is chief the same as Taifa Care ama Taifa Care pia ni yake kando yake? Make me understand.
You are listening to Home Run with Pipi. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Koronyo was saying the right thing. Alikuwa anasema jamani gambler anaweka hapa anatoa anaweka hapa hivi. And I'm like, okay, unajua hiyo ndo basically business people are gamblers if you come to think of it Western. Because you put in your money in the hope that people are going to buy something from you. Otherwise ungekuwa ufikiri hivyo, but sasa you're like I need to put in, and that is why you see our leaders are treating our country like a business. They will invest some money. And you know that is why Rigiji was kicked out. He was speaking the absolute truth. That they were hii nchi iligawanwa na mashareholder wakaelewana ya kwamba Western Shilao utachukua medicine, mimi nitachukua transport, yule atachukua energy. Unaona? So right now imekuwa issue kwao. Kwa sababu gani? Imekuwa issue kwa sababu pesa imeanza kukua tamu na wenye wanaitaka sasa wameanza kukua wamekatalia. Think about it. You're not part of that problem. Imagine tumelia kuhusu ADANI mpaka tukazirai, lakini yona. Jeff, how are you doing? Jeff, are you there?
I am. Pipita, good evening.
Good evening to you, bro. Kwa salama?
Yeah. Mimi ni mzima, nashukuru Mungu.
Buheri wa afya.
Yani buheri wa afya ni mzima, yani kama vile Kigongo anasema. Ya sasa, yani kulingana na matukio vile tuseme ya leo, mimi nataka kusema kwamba okay, sijaelewa pia kuhusu hii Taifa Care na vile ambavyo inaingiana na shi na sha, lakini I think the deal or the contract that were cancelled for ADANI zilikuwa za KETRACO specifically na JKIA. I did not hear enough submissions from him in terms of how he intends to run SHIF. So maybe those are the questions that we'll be asking, going forward into the future. But my general feeling about the happenings of today and, the cancellation of ADANI, as much as we want, most of us, maybe by experience and informed by the recent past event, we are skeptical. I understand that. But even in the midst of that skepticism, we won't just relegate that to some foreigner who has had an influence over, RUTO's retrieval or, cancellation of this deal. I think we have done a lot of talking, a lot of civic education, and more people are now awakened and alive to what is actually happening. And I would submit to you that This is how the finance bill actually came down. It was brought down by the people because it started by one person talking about it. And then it was like, a wildfire that kept on, rampaging and going, like, all the public. And the more time that RUTO, takes to kind of revisit the decisions and the policies that he makes on our behalf, even when we have publicly said we don't want this, I think anatupatia public participation na civic education ya bure ni vile yeye hajui. I think he has a wrong strategy, and maybe if he's not just being smart about it, I would think he's miscalculating, and maybe that is maybe it's a shot that those who advise him and around him should take. For example, wakati tulisema we want the dissolution of the cabinet and we don't want the finance bill 2024-2025, it kind of just took a lot of time. A lot of people had to die. But at the moment that he said, I've listened to the people, unajua mpaka wale ambao tulikuwa tunasema hii kitu ni mbaya, even some of them that were very ignorant about the things that were hidden in that finance bill became alive to, kumbe lazima hii kitu ilikuwa mbaya, mbona saa hii ameamua kuikataa, mbona ameamua ku dissolve the cabinet. Now we've been talking about Adani and JKA Ketrako and and Shif and Shah, and there are some people who are like, give the president some time, give him some time to work, mpatieni muda kidogo, he's listening to you guys. And then suddenly he wakes up and says, I've cancelled all of this stuff, even after being sanitized by the people like the likes of Raila Amolo Odinga. And then the US gets to speak, and then he cancels this thing. So mpaka wale watu, these sycophants, from either political affiliations, they are now coming up to, recognition of, by them ukisikia how young people are talking, and now which is supposed to be the Gen Zote, listen to them, dig deeper, find details. Ni kwa nini wanasema hii kitu ni mbaya? So for me, I think we are in the right direction as the people. It is shocking, a reality for me, that the president has to gang up the whole of his military and security agencies in order to access parliament. Ni president mgani huyo? How is he not proud to be a president to the people that he prides himself to be president, and he cannot walk among them freely? Like, his freedom is as curtailed as the freedom of the citizens. The way ukikuja hapa utumie the rights and freedoms enshrined in the constitution, kesho yake unatembea hapa unashindwa ni kama you'll be abducted. That's exactly the same way the president is doing. Kwa nini hezi tembea tu mguu asalimie watu, anunue mahindi akule venye alikuwa anakula before? So yes, I know this journey is going to take a long time. It's not a sprint, could be a marathon, but maybe we are halfway through. So let us persevere. Let's come to the finishing line until we get this nation rid of the people that this nation doesn't deserve it as its leaders. We have to free this nation, and we are on the right track. Men, I cannot be more optimistic than that. Thank you.
Asante sana Jeffy for that. Unasema kwamba lakini leo polisi kulikuwa hadi na wenye wamevaa zile mask. Wale wenye walikuwa tunaita vimoda kwa movie za DJ Afro. Yeah, hao ndo walikuwa wako patrol. Wakitungoja mjini watuchangamshe na watia gas. Walikuwa wametuwekea wanted. But I see Redemptor is here with us. Maybe you can hear from Redemptor, then Western Shilaho. Redemptor, hi.
Hi Pepita.
Wambo.
Ni kupitia tu na kusalimia wazalendo wenzangu. People who have not slept very well since June. And of course people are talking about celebrating the wins, but I think ni muda wa kulamba glucose. My caution as always is that people always talk about a marathon. I always say it's a relay. Kuna wale batons zao washapeana, kuna wale walipewa Can you imagine? We're in the middle of war and people are getting medals and flowers. Na bado mapambano iko. So that's the caution I've always given. The other caution I've always given is that wanasiasa want to take credit. Even for this one, they are going to allocate themselves credit, yet people died. The young people who are the ones who were given the burden of the conscience of the nation, we owe them. We continually owe them. Yeah, someone like Nelson Amenyi is a young person. So if you notice the trends, that this responsibility is in the hands of the young people, and all we are here is to support them. And when they start going the wrong direction, we tell them, kujeni pole pole hapo. So the one that I know is there's nobody who needs credit because people died for this struggle. The resistance must continue because if you remember very well, this is the excitement we almost had, even if we were in tears, when the cabinet was fired. Then it was rehired. Almost all of them came back, with the exception, I think, of 2. Then we saw Kindiki, who was then overseeing abductions, now become the second in command. And so kazi ni nyingi, muda tuko nao, because this is our life mission. I've said as politicians are giving their statements, we are also giving our statements. So today the statement we are giving is did we expect anything? What happened in America affected what happens in Kenya. So this was exposed. The exciting thing I had yesterday, I was hosting a space and my main speaker said that these MPs, when they meet in these meetings, they record. So the same way they record each other is the same way somebody somewhere, maybe someone who helped them get in power, akona receipt zao. And I think the receipt is inareleasiwa polepole, but for the bloodshed in this country bado hatutaridhika, hatujapata justice, hatujui watu wale wako mochari ni wanani. And I'll repeat what I said yesterday, this regime will never know peace until they bury all the people that have died in their hands or they have killed. The quarry victims, the people who have never been buried, who are in a container in Malindi. I keep talking about it because we are Africans and we must honor even the deceased when they die. So we continue to dishonor them. The political class continues to dance on their graves, and that's where we have to be cautious. So for all the young people who set out today to go and greet their president, mpokee maua yenu and just mutembee na jicho moja ikiwa wazi, not because of abductions, but because of the people who appear to be your friends when they actually belong to the other side. So bado mapambano. The ultimate goal is to see one of them arrested. My dream one day is to see what we saw in Peru, a president looking kama amenyeshewa, saying he has heart condition and other diseases, so he should not go to jail, but he ended up going to jail. Maybe we should put a special jail for them so that it's just for people who committed economic crimes. And of course, a special place for those ones who, when we ever find out who ordered the killings, if we ever have the evidence. So for that, nasema wale wamekuwa hapa wakiagitate mpaka tunapewa majina na malabels. If you know you do this for the love of country, because there are young people today who I keep saying cannot even marry because they do not have the means to begin families. Those are the ones that my heart cries out for as a mother in this nation. So we keep going, but we don't get too excited about matukio. And that is exactly sometimes what the intentions are. It has been a very busy week where the president has been shamed a lot. And so he's trying to save face. Even this expose of being the ADANI being indicted, and then they put Opio and I of Azilas going to defend the indefensible, and then he ends the egg in face. Hiyo yote tunawaonea 18. Tuko macho, and again the liberation belongs to the young people. The movement is for those ones who are excited, they're the ones who are in a movement because it was a movement. Now it is people. Liberation is an ideology. It is a spirit that enters very few. Others are just doing PR gimmicks. So for the genuine ones and the ones who are still hurting from what has been going on, we continue to say pole, because we don't take for granted that in war that people get injured. And those who are listening, we are in war, because when the president comes out and calls bishops the enemies of the state and calls the young people criminals, bado tuko macho. So endeleeni kupambana. Activism works. That I can tell you from experience of many years. Again, like I said, a lot of us who do social justice are at the end collecting this, but now on the top of the river and say stop this. So we look forward to a great country. It's not going to be easy. We must acknowledge that, but we keep doing. Going. Hata ukiitwa majina, just going, and all the other comrades. Asanteni.
Asante sana Redemptor for that. Of course, tunasema hii kazi haikuangi rahisi, unaweza ambiwa vitu zingine ujisikie umekasirika sana. But you're 3 minutes the top of the hour, my friend. 6000, I thought you were here on the microphone. Kwani umeenda wapi wewe? I see Ras G is here, but Weston, what do you have to say to us before we go to Ras G?
Peter, you are talking about MOU. MOU. First, there was a speaker who said the president is like a mad person. Peter, what that means is that he cannot be held responsible because you can't hold a mad person accountable for anything. If a mad person was to kill someone, there's no way you can arrest him and try him for murder, whatever, manslaughter, because they're not in charge of their faculties. So to insinuate that the president is what they call non-compos mentis, it's mentally unsound, it's actually to let him off the hook. The things he's doing is not in his faculties. He's not of sound mind. Is that really the case? It's not true. So it's not a mad person. He doesn't have psychological issues. When you go there and then you can't hold him accountable. That's what it means. So these people in government, they're not mad people. Their minds are working properly. They know that they are doing wrong things. And that the things that they are doing, were it to be in a different jurisdiction, they would be held to account. They would go to jail. They know that. Peter, MOUs. You see, Peter, if you lead a political party and you come together as leaders of these ethnocentric political formations, and you draft something, you call that an MOU, or you're gonna get 30% of slots in the government, you're gonna get I don't know what percent. You know clearly that's illegal and it is immoral. Or you say, okay, what is this? William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta, it's 50-50. You know that's illegal and it's immoral because there's no such a provision in the Constitution. So what makes you think leading your very parochial formations, you can, just share slots and resources like that? What about the rest of the country? So those things are illegal. And they always turn out the way they do. You are going to be shortchanged because you are part of something you are signing in bad faith. You're part of an exclusive deal. So it's going to turn out badly. You'll be shortchanged. So the best way you can say, look, you want to be president? Well, I'm going to campaign for you. I can canvass for support for you. But I will support your government to the extent that you deliver on the needs of the Kenyan people. That is it. Yeah, if you hold a press conference and say, look, I supported this particular individual to the extent that they reform the country, they do ABC, and they're not doing it, I'm withdrawing my support. Who is going to accuse you of having been party to some shady deal? Who will? So if you get that 30%, you keep quiet. And what do the rest get? Or if you get 50%, what do the rest get? So you're part of the problem. So don't come out and tell us, oh, there was an MOU, these people are this and this and that. No, that's not truth. You're not being truthful. You're part of mendacity. You're not being truthful. Because the country cannot be divided amongst a clique of people. The country belongs to every other citizen of that country. And every other citizen of that country is entitled to state resources, to public amenities. So whether it's NAC, MOU, or MOU between Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto, or this other one, the Azimio one, or the Kenya Kwanza, those things are illegal. And they will always go badly. Look at the Kenya Kwanza one. Now, we are told the government has to be reorganized to accommodate Raila Odinga. Was Raila Odinga part of your deal? He was not. He wasn't. No, he wants to get his share, but he was not part of your deal. Those things are illegal and are repugnant. You don't have to be party to them. Peter, there's also another MOU that we were not told at the beginning. There was an MOU between the church and William Ruto, there was an MOU. This is secret things. You even church people think you can meet politicians in some dark room and share state resources. You promise us this. Some organization called evangelical, is it Protestant Evangelical Formation or something? You know, they met William Ruto in the run-up to elections. And there's something weird, if you watch news, weird deals. Or when you get into power, form something called a Ministry of National Guidance and Christian Affairs. What kind of nonsense is that? What is that ministry supposed to do? What is it supposed to do? Yeah, there was an MOU. When you get into into government, reserve slots for us, church people, in the cabinet, in county assemblies, in the National Assembly, in the Senate, ambassadorial positions. Yeah, there were those provisions in that MOU. When you get into government, please extend this tax waiver thing to us as church people. Extend. What about the rest of the Kenyans? Yeah, we only church people, exempt us from taxation. What about the rest of the Kenyans? When you get into power, please set up some circle that will be funded by the state. These things in an MOU, are they telling you that? Are they telling you that? They are not. But they're waking up telling you how these people are dishing out money. They are not telling you that MOU. What was it about? If you're a church person and you're committed to what you are called to do, serve the people of God, why are you party to these selfish interests and ends? Why don't you tell this politician, look here, with me, I will support you to the extent that you uphold the rule of law and the Constitution. That is it. I will support you to the extent that you deliver to all the people of Kenya, irrespective of religion, of gender, of ethnicity. I will support you. A church person is telling a politician who's campaigning, I will to that extent. If you don't, I'm going to oppose you. But you're saying you will support someone to the extent that they set up a ministry for you as a church. Okay, Muslims will come, they want a ministry for, I don't know, Muslim affairs. Hindus will come. Where does that take us? We also want our ministry. Hindus, they will come. Atheists will come. We have got atheists. They also want their ministry. How many ministries will you have? Serving who? So these people, church people, are not telling you. I see people are praising these guys. No. They're just playing catch up. That the people of Kenya have lost confidence in the elite across the board, both the political and the clerical. And so they're trying to sanitize themselves. What was that MOU about? Did they tell us there was an MOU? It was there, secret. So William Ruto didn't honor it because he could not honor it. Even if it's you, Pipita, can you honor such an MOU? The other people will ask you, where is our circle? Where is our circle? Where is our ministry? Where is our tax exemption? How are you going to answer that? You can't, because you are a president of all Kenyans. You're not just a president of a particular religious formation. And it must be made clear that Kenya is not a Christian country. Kenya is a secular country. It's a secular country. It's not a Christian country. It's not a Muslim country. It's not a Hindu country. It is a secular country. And that doesn't change. Whether Christians form the majority or not, it's a secular country. Countries that are based on religion have massive problems. Massive problems. Religion is something else. And violence that is caused as a result of religious differences. You know how barbaric that violence is? It's barbaric because people think that they're killing for God. Can you imagine? You are killing for God. You are destroying that enemy who is for Satan. You are doing God's work. That's why you're killing other people. That's how dangerous, entertaining religion in politics is. You define other people as evil. And therefore, whatever you mete out to them, they deserve it. After all, they're not for God. They're for evil. Can you imagine? So we must be careful when we say the church is waking up, they're calling. No, there were promises that were made which have not been kept because they cannot be kept. They can't be kept. If they were to be kept, you will be appealing to a sectarian faction. You will be entertaining fundamentalism in politics, which is problematic. Which why, Pipita, we also need that envelope, the white envelope, that Uhuru Kenyatta gave to that bishop, we also want it to be returned. Because what was in it? It's not just about a brown envelope, it's also white. What was in the white envelope? It has to be returned. Yeah, we have to be consistent. If we say politicians should not gift clergymen and women, it is across the board. What is in that envelope? Even if it's white, it's green, it's blue, what is in it? Has it been returned? Will it be returned? And then it's coming to the fore that in Soweto Catholic Church, actually the church made the request, the appeal, yes, to the president and the government for assistance. The church made the appeal. It's come to the fore. They are the ones who requested for assistance towards all sorts of church functions. Yes, it's come to the fore. But here we see, oh, the church is, the voice of reason, or they are calling these people to order. No, how? How? They're just sanitizing themselves. They're just playing catch up. They know that they've become unpopular because of the kind of shady deals that they have had with the political elite. And Kenyans are annoyed, that is disgusted. So what do? Return the money. Return the what? But the other things in the past, did you return them? You haven't returned them. Have you laid bare the MOU that you had with this particular president when he was a candidate? Did you take Kenyans into confidence as far as that MOU is concerned? And what was so special about you as the church to have an MOU with a politician? What was so special? What is special about you? So you can see how these people are part of the problem. But then they don't even have the courtesy to own up that, look, we are part of the problem. We have realized our mistakes. Kenyan people, we are sorry. No, they're just doubling down. That's mendacity. Pipita, as I learned, I will tell you the difference between a thief and a liar. A thief will steal something and there can be restitution. A thief can steal money. And if they are caught, well, they'll return the money. Or if they're taken to court and they are found guilty, they'll be told, you have to return the money. Or if you don't return the money, you will go to jail and do time in jail. That's a thief. Or you have to return the furniture you stole, wherever you kept it. So a thief steals things that there is restitution for. You can be compensated. So you don't suffer much, especially when the law works. A liar tries to do something much more hideous. They try to steal your being, the sum total of who you are. That's what they try to do. A liar tries to steal your personal experiences. They try to make you doubt that really whether the experiences you had in the past were really true or you are making up things. You're schizophrenic. That's what a liar does. So when a church tells you, no, they're opposed to William Ruto, they're lying to you. And that's much more hideous because they're casting aspersions on your capacity to remember how they behaved yesterday and in the run-up to 2022 election, that you can't remember how they behaved. They have always been for morality, for good governance, for the rule of law. What is not true? That's not true. So a liar wants to steal something from you which you cannot be compensated for. Yeah. I witnessed this. You people are not truthful. No, but they are telling we were truthful. No, I witnessed this. That government made me suffer. They injured me. No, it's not true. They didn't make you suffer. These things you're making them up. So a liar is a hideous person. He's a hideous person, more than a thief. They even cast aspersions on a capacity to remember, your memory. Your very, very fact that you're a human being, they cast aspersions on that. No, your experiences don't matter. It is my experiences that count. They don't matter. They don't. Whatever you experience, no, those things, they didn't happen to you, but they happened to me. It's not you. I'm narrating my own story. A liar tells you, no, it's not true. You are making up those things. A hideous, hideous person. And that's why when we notice that a child is lying, we can tell that if this child is not stopped, it's going to grow into a dysfunctional human being. Dysfunctional human being. Where you become a pathological liar, you start believing in your own lies. Yeah, when they refer to someone as a pathological, you are believing in your own lies. So that is the problem we have in public life, that people are just lying. And they just continue lying. They don't even own up, they just lie. Whether it's the political elite, the church people, everybody. No one takes ownership. That, look, I'm sorry, yesterday I had a different position. I was not privy to the things I know today. Now, because today I know some knowledge that I didn't have yesterday, I am changing my mind. No, just change your mind because you've been rewarded. Yesterday, I was castigating the Hustler Fund when I was in ODM. Now I've been appointed to the cabinet. Hustler Fund is working. I didn't know much. Now I can understand it. You are a liar. You're a liar and you're more hideous than a thief. You're hideous because you're making people like you're insulting their intelligence. That's what you're doing. Don't you see those people in a political landscape? Don't you see them? Don't you see those people in church? Don't you see church ministers? Don't you see them? You see them all around. And they don't honor. They just continue. It is you to deal with it. And that's why when you read, classics like Animal Farm, that is the theme that George Orwell is talking about. That's the theme. Then all of us believe in some higher ideal. We want a society that works. We don't want dictatorship in this Animal Farm. So pigs and other animals, they come together and they engineer revolution. They get rid of this dictator, the human being called Mr. Jones. And when pigs come into power, they start loading it over other animals. And when the other animals raise questions, but what are you doing? We did not fight against dictatorship to have another dictatorship. And the pigs tell them, no, we're not dictatorial. You are seeing your own things. No, but you have changed the laws. The laws were that after the fall of Mr. Jones was that no animal will kill another animal. And that law ended there. You wake up at night and you add the words, no animal will kill another animal without reason. Can you imagine? You've added another part to that law. So it changes all over again. So pigs can kill other animals if they desire. But that was not the case. All animals are equal. That was the law. You wake up at night as pigs and you change that law. No, all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. You've changed that law. That's what you're doing. Yeah, but you people are sleeping in beds. You say, no animal should sleep in beds. Beds are for human beings. No, we're doing this for your sake. We need comfort to take care of you. Lying. And they don't even honor. And they question the capacity of the other animals to remember that when they went to bed the other day, those laws were not like that. They have changed at night. But the pigs, I know, they didn't change. They were always like that. From the get-go, we had agreed that no animal should kill another animal without a reason. This is what we're having. This is what we're having. You're just casting aspersions on other people's intelligence. So please, when you meet somebody who is lying, don't give them a free pass. They are out to steal something that you cannot be compensated for. They are out to steal something that no restitution can return. Call them out. No, you are lying. Call them out. But don't give them a free pass and say, no, these people are moral. They are not moral. They haven't been moral. There's no evidence that they've been moral. If they were moral, they would honor to the mistakes they made.
1 minute.
They would honor. That they have not owned up, they're not owning up. What does it say? It means that they are actually doubling down as far as immorality is concerned. Peter, thank you so much.
Thanks so much for that, Western Shilao. I see Ras G is in the building. How are you doing, Ras G? Unmute your mic if you can, Ras G, and talk to us. Also, mwingie pale viju kuna tip Jaline, mwingie msupport show yetu. Ikiwa kwamba, hey, this week, by the way, let me tell you something, guys. This is something that has really hit me close. As you all know, I moved into my studio in January. And as I was trying to find concepts of building my studio, I visited a studio in Nairobi. Now, you know, you always told, uchumi ni mbaya, uchumi ni mbaya, uchumi ni mbaya. Now, let me just tell you a story that hits close to home. Na ndo mwelewe kwa nini naambianga hapa hivi, mnanisikia nikiimba tipja unafikira na joke. This guy calls me, tells me, hey, Pipi, come and see my studio. See, I go visit him. It is fully stocked. I'm telling you, everything that you see in a regular studio, radio, eco, from mixers to microphones to everything. And he had already started off his radio station, and he was actually getting it online stream. Sasa, this week, my friend reaches out to me and tells me, bro, I want to get rid of my whole studio. Over 250,000. He says he's in the hole. He's going to let it go and hope that he comes back again. I've been in that place, guys. It's a very bad place. So mnaposikia tukiwaambia manzee ingia pale hivi kwa tip jam to support, we really mean it. Running a studio is very expensive. Of course, kama wakati tuna shoot lights, it's inakimbiza lights, cameras, you have to hire them, you know. So it takes a lot of course you have to pay for the space, the internet bills. Kama jana iliniambia to midnight, internet is going to be ending by midnight. So mkisikia tunasema support us, msifikirie kwamba eti tumegeuka kuwa mapastors. Sometimes you're even unable to even break even for food. Yani tunahakikisha tu studio iko ina run. So Home Run people supported by you, the listener. Pale hivi juu 0721948229 is the number. Tumekataa kusell out platform yetu. We are not giving people a chance to desecrate our voices here. And we have not given even the corporates a chance to work with us because we wanted to have an independent voice. But that comes with a consequence. You have to also be supported by people who are listening to you. So if you like what you're doing, of course, pale viju 0721948229 is the number. Asanteni sana kwa kusikia hii story. Imeni touch by the way, and you can look at my latest tweets. Kama una dream ya kuanza podcast, unaweza angalia vitu hapo ni gani unaweza nunua. One of my friends has just bought speakers from him. Imenigonga kwa sababu those speakers you are supposed to buy them at around 50,000. He has sold them at 30,000 and they are less than a year old. Na ni zile zinaitwa KRK, kwa wale wanajua mambo ya studio. Very powerful speakers. I was so jealous, sikuwa na hiyo pesa. But anyway, moving on. Today we are listening into the state of the nation hapa hivi ndani ya Home Run with Pipi. And earlier on, na leo hata tu record this space because nataka watu wafungue roho fungu. Kuna kitu kama hiyo? Kuna kitu kama fungu. So naona Japonjini kama ametoka gym, atuongeleshe tusikie Ras G. Alafu naona pia Victor na Derek wako hapa hivi ndani. Japonji, talk to me.
Peter,
Yes.
Just for your information, we appreciate you hosting this space without influence of how watu naita ma sponsors. We try our best to tip you wherever we can and keep up the good heart and don't give up. Inshallah, you'll not reach that stage, we will be there with you. Having said that, we are talking about you spoke about this taifa. By the way, mambo ya shisha sha. I'm being told they discussed this thing jana usiku and they concluded that in the sound we buy and people make a lot of joke out of it. So wameibadilisha from leo inaitwa taifa care. So I've done my due diligence as usual. Nime research, nika realize at some point this Moses Kuria spoke about this thing. So Moses Kuria is those guys wanaitwanga kierere ama if you like nini government nini testers ni wale wanapelekanga word kwanza kwa ground waone vile inaweza kama ita hit or no, alafu sasa wanarudi kuambia government. It's like NIS, these ones. But so I've gone through this Taifa Care, and it's just a rebrand of SHIF. You will not hear the word SHIF. So there are things you need to note here, Peter. Kubadilisha NHIF, kubadilisha NHIF, kuongeza S, kutoa sijui N na uweke S, ikuwe SHIF kwa system ili to cost 3 billion. Na hapo ndio Adani aliingilia. Tulilipa cash 130 billion, something like that, kuchange system na kila kitu. And remember, there was a hold up kwa sababu wale employee wa NHIF, they didn't want hii kitu ibadilishwe ikuwe SHIF and all that. So, apart from that, so how much do you think to spend sahi kuongeza whole 2 sentence Taifa Care. NHIF to SHIF imetucost 3 billion. Kuchange jina juu, nothing is working there. Okay, apart from rebrand as they call it, so this is how it's going to work now. Apparently things are changing now, and kwa hiyo model sasa state inasema ati 2.75% of one's gross pay with a minimum contribution of 300. Employers are required to remit payments by 9th of every month. Alafu Taifa Care sasa, citizens are eligible for all services upon registration. All. Hakuna mambo sijui ati kuna limit nini. All services. Alafu, that is what the president said. But you cannot take this guy's word at the surface, value. So alafu is saying that so the 15 million Kenyans who have currently enrolled in SHIF automatically, without their consent, watapelekwa Taifa Care. Unaget, juu anasema 60% tayari wako kwa system. So that is what I know at the moment. And moving forward, this Weston was talking about this animal farm. Animal Farm is a book ya George Orwell. Hiyo kitabu ni mzuri sana. I know someone mwenye amesoma hiyo kitabu inside out na imemsaidia sana kwa local MC. Yani the way and reason. Kwanza ukitranslate kwa mother tongue inakuanga poa sana that thing pipita. So there's one thing about hiyo kitabu yenye mimi wasiwezi sahau. Kuna quote ya Adolf Hitler. Unasikia Adolf alisema, if you tell a lie big enough and tell it frequently enough, it will be believed. You see, one of the reasons I read Animal Farm is because I wanted to discover this Orwell firsthand. I didn't want any bias or anything. When I get it, so you read that book. There are some lessons hapo. I think RUTO has a manuscript. This guy akotuna kitabu yake hapo. Enye anasoma wa Kenya alafu anasema this guy is stupid. Today I'm going to use this. Unajua? And also this guy is as someone said, is a mad person. And a mad person, if he does something wrong, unajua, you cannot blame them. Lazima wapeleke through that evaluation. And I don't think tumefika stage as a country ya kupeleka mtu through that. One of the requirements of the president, lazima mtu akue mentally stable. But from this experience, I think going forward, we need to insist on this. Watu wanafaa kuwa check. Unajua, maybe we can be dealing with someone who has problems. Unajua, and at least when I sit in president, wengi mchukua tumpeleke Mathare tupime. You get my point. So back to the topic. There's something that mimi iliniguza that I think we should also push for it. There's only one thing. I know sometimes wanasema mgala muue lakini haki umpe. As much as I didn't want to give this guy any credit at all, I'm not even giving him credit. I'm just saying what he said because it has not worked yet. But if this thing worked, I think it can solve some of the problems, especially this of integrating all the payments as a government. For example, ukiingia kwa national park ama unaenda any government service zikuwe zote synchronized, unagua zikuwe synced kwa one payment system. This will save a lot. Hii ni kitu tu CS wa finance anaingia tu kwa system anapika anaangalia leo watu wamelipa hii much. This is what the government has earned from the services. Unaget? So there will be no like unaenda huku unaenda. See, I'm saying this because if everything is online system, like those of us, some of us in the diaspora, these things didn't work. Unaingia kwa government portal unalipa. Yani, these things are seamless. Unajua, mambo na hacking, those ones are there, cyber security, that's for another day. But assuming everything is seamless, like we synchronize payment into one portal, unajua, this one will help us. So kunanga mambo ati tunangojea payment from this side. I'm saying this because last time I was in Nairobi, unajua when you are in the diaspora, there's one thing what tunasema like Wakenya, if you can survive hapo Nairobi for 5 years, 6 years, hustle Nairobi, you can live in any country in the world unaweza hustle. Me, hapo Nairobi, there's something I realized. I don't know if it's still there. You see, watu wanapeananga tickets. One time I want you to check your due diligence na uangalie. These tickets zinakuanga mara mbili. Kuna mtu anakuja na book copy. These are like fake money. But sasa, who has that capability ya kwenda kuangalia this receipt is fake, this is real? Unajua, that's how they work. So kuna collection inaendanga kwa one person, this one inaenda kwa one. There's a lot of money inakuanga wasted. If they can integrate this, unajua, all system payments were synchronized. I think this is a positive thing that I can take from his speech, and I hope going forward, if this can work, we can push from this, and it can help us a lot of pilferages in the government sector, especially in the public service, where services inakuanga kama unanunua chakula ya kuku. I'll be listening, and wherever I have time out, I'll always be coming back. Peter. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Kuna mtu amesikia nikisema msupport studio akaingia akasupport. Thank you so much Kevin hapo hivi kwenye tipja. I see the one and only Victor. Habari. Tukua kutuni kwa Ras G kwanza. Ras G alafu Victor. Ras. Habari.
Hata nishatoa mic.
Shida simu yako ni inaweza overheat upotee hadi kwa speaker. Hebu ongea kabla ipotee. Niaje Vic?
Yes. Niko poa kabisa. Mimi hakuna kitu huyo Abimelech anaweza sema hata nisikie. The only good thing out of that speech is cancelling that ADANI contract. And na hata sio ati we are not even supposed to applaud that. That is something he should have done in June, given all the cases that we have seen in Bangladesh, in Australia, the fact that even this Swiss newspaper also published some sort of indictments and walikuwa nazo. So they're just scammers. They're just scammers. Even in India itself, if you watch those news, India, just on YouTube, blah blah, ungeona there was a lot of discussion venye yes, wanakuja na hiyo clean intention, lakini chini ya maji wako tu ni wakora kabisa. I'm just happy that our strategic asset like energy is not something that we should be giving to somebody like this kwenda kushikilia. Another strategic asset like JKIA. I mean, we can. I have always said this and I still insist. JKIA is a profitable entity. Na saizi, with all the mismanagement and all the corruption and nepotism and putting political cronies in that institution, yet it's still able to make 19-20 billion shillings a year in terms of revenue and profit in the range of 5 to 7 billion. Just make JKIA the way you did Safaricom. Make it a PLC, a public limited company. Gava ibaki na 49% ya share ownership, ama hata kama ni 60, iweke 40 kwa stock market. We will buy them. We will buy them because JKIA it's something yenye will always give you return for investment because we are a hub in the region, and if we invest more in JKIA, it means more cargo planes, more passenger planes will come in because we have a decent airport and Nairobi is also strategically located. So that's a win-win situation. Hii kitu mnataka kupatia mtu ataenda kuhold airport for 30 years. Na hata hiyo 30 years awaambii conclusively what they are going to be building. Wanasema tutakuwa tunaangalia maybe after 5 years tunafanya hii, after 10 years tunafanya hii. No, we can do this thing. In fact, I even saw some people say that tupeleke airport, tuipeleke Konza, ijengwe huko airport mpya, alafu Wilson itolewe mali Wilson iko yende kwe JKIA, and then Wilson can be made into something else. It can be brought down and it becomes a commercial center. Then JKIA becomes our local Wilson, and so on, and we move on. But it's like these people don't think. Alafu unaona vile Abimelech ametupa Wandai na Chirchir chini ya basi leo, hata plus baba yote.
This morning, Wandai was just busy defending Adani thing in a Senate committee, only for his boss to go and say something else on live TV. Yani rais mwenyewe ana complain about communication, na yeye mwenyewe communicate hata na watu wake. I think he was trying to score some political points because the church has been on his neck, Kenyans have been on his neck. Hata nimeona Wakorino leo asubuhi walikuwa na, I don't know whether ni leo ama ni jana, walikuwa na some pressure on his neck. The Law Society of Kenya, the Human Rights Commission, everyone is on his neck. So maybe hii ilikuwa tu ni appeasement, kwa sababu I think your news ya US was just timely for him. It could just have been, maybe this is the thing that I need to power say under the bus, because if I've been agreeing with them all this time, there's no way I can change my mind. But me, I don't care for his reasons. What I care is that those two assets are very important, because these are things that we can do locally. These are things that we can do locally. Because if look at this, they say that Adani will invest 95 billion in energy infrastructure for 30 years. Just look at the circles that we have in Kenya, from Harambee Sacco all the way to my local one in the village. Stima Sacco peke yake, which I'm also a member, iko na asset base ya karibu 50 something billion. Harambee Sacco also the same range. Police Sacco the same range, and so on. Man, you can talk to some of these local circles because these are now Kenyans themselves. Chukueni hii infrastructure ya stima ikuwe yenu na mujenge, and you run it for 30 years, na hiyo pesa inabaki locally. We don't want pesa inatoka hapa nje ndani ya nchi when we are already struggling with circulation and everything. You still want to bring people who will be shipping money outside. And Americ said something that, Adani was a Kenyan. Hii ilikuwa tu ni face. Adani was a Kenyan who wanted to kukula hivi vitu zote, but ni kama sasa mambo imeenda mrama. But other than that, all these things that he is saying about sijui uchumi imepanda, I mean, those macroeconomic indicators zenye naongelea, it's well and good on paper, but if people cannot feel the effect in their pockets, in their shopping basket, and in the way in their spending habits, then there's nothing, you cannot convince them otherwise. You cannot tell me that inflation is at 2.7%, which is possibly true, but nikienda dukani, I'm still spending more. So it doesn't help me. All those things don't help me. You either do two things. Either you increase my wages so that I can be able to afford more and have more disposable income left, or the costs come down so that even if my salary has not gone up, niko na pesa bado imebaki ya kufanya vitu zangu. And I also want to agree with Japunj. I think, for me, the shift idea, whatever it is called, I think that idea is good. But serikali ya Abimelech na wafuasi wake, they are very bad communicators and they are very bad executioners. Wako na haraka. Na wako na haraka because they want to score political points. You don't need to score. Kenya haihami. Kenya haihami. Hii kitu ungesema tu hata tunataka kuanza hii shift SHA implementation na Kisumu County, for instance. Then you spend your time in Kisumu County and you make sure that the transition is seamless. You learn the mistakes there. You get reports about, okay, hapa tulifanya makosa, hii na hii ilifanyika, before you roll this thing out. Apparently, there was some news report that they did some trials in Marsabit and Isiolo, and the uptake of this transition was not really good, but they never said anything. Wakakuja wakasema, oh, let us just shift to this thing. Yes, it may work 2 years down the line, but the number of lives that have been lost, that will be lost in those 2 years, we can never bring them down. We can never bring them back. And that's the most important thing. If somebody has lost a parent, a brother, a sister, a child, a grandparent, because wameenda hospitali na shift SHA haifanyi kazi, or ABCD is not working, I mean, what do you want them to do? Yeah? We hear of these multiple cases in the media. What about those that we don't hear? What about ule mtu ako Bundus uko ndani, Kabartonjo uko ndani, mwenye hata hakuna hata maybe newspaper imewahi fika huko, utajuaje kama anateseka? So these are the little things that for me I think this government needs to work on, even as they prepare to vacate office in 2027. These are the little things they need to work on. Angalau waseme watakuwa na ka legacy. Alafu na hiyo kitu ingine ya digitized government payment system. I think for me that's a big plus. If they can sort that out vizuri, na hii mambo ya e-procurement, that's its end to end. Alafu hii tabia ya serikali badala ya kununua a biro pen at 10 shillings or 20 shillings, whatever the price it is right now, wananunua at 100. If we can just eliminate that, my friend, we are good to go. We are good to go. Yeah. And it means all that excess money inaenda kwa procurement, inajaza mifuko za watu, wengine wananunua nao Bentleys na Range Rovers without ever working or doing anything. Then we will have enough money to invest in, say, this energy infrastructure, roads, markets, schools, hospitals. Kwa sababu hapa kwa procurement pia ndio vitu zinakulwa. But rais amekuja na anaongea tu superficially. Yeah? Anaongea tu superficially. Yet I would have expected him aende na Mr. Mbadi, this is what I want to see. Mr. Murkomen, this is what I want to see. Yeah, and within 3 months we want to see results. You put those ministers to make up on the spot. That is the only way, because those people are not your friends. Yeah? Kikiumana, they will be the first ones to run away from you. They will be the first ones to, because nobody likes a sinking ship. Yeah? Kikiumana, hao ndo watasema but unajua urais tumekuwa tukiongea na yeye na asikii. He doesn't listen. Yeah? So I think for me, government as a whole, communication yao tu ni mbaya kabisa. Yeah? It's only yesterday that some of them, like all the talks and the whatever, after the US wali-indict Adani, ulikuwa unaona hizo vitu za stop shaming Adani blah blah. Leo the moment rais ameruka hiyo story, wamekuja tena story mpya. Watu hawana msimamo. Yeah? Hawana msimamo kabisa. But all in all, I think Kenyans, we are in a good space. Our voices work. Let nobody cheat us. Sauti yetu inafanya kazi. When Amenya broke this story ya Adani in June, nobody thought that thing would not go through. But leo tumeona the importance of our activism. Whether it's digital, whether it's on the ground, whether it's kwa kotini, tuzidi kufanya hivi. Tuzidi kuwa active citizens. The more active we remain as citizens, the better our country will be. Because hawa watu hakuna mali watajificha. And if you are here and your MP was supporting Adani na leo amebadilisha story, ukikutana na yeye mwambie ukweli. Tell them, are you a member of parliament or are you a cow being milked by Bill? You have to decide one thing. Choose one place ambayo utasimama. Tujue kama wewe ni ng'ombe unakamuliwa ama wewe ni mbunge unaenda kutetea wananchi. You cannot be those two. That leo uko pande hii na kesho rais akiruka uko pande hii. It's the same thing with the finance bill. Walipiga kura all for it. Rais akiruka, they are the same people clapping behind him. I mean, what kind of people are these? Yeah? The fact that they gave the president a standing ovation in parliament at the cancel Adani deal, when it is the MPs who are supposed to be scrutinizing those things even before the executive starts initiating any sort of PPP talks. Alafu wako hapo wanapiga makofi. Sasa sijui wanataka tupige mayowe na nderemo tukiwa thank. No, I'm not going to thank any of them because they're all useless. Yeah, none of them except a few people, except a few MPs who I can say labda naona ile kazi wanajaribu kufanya, but many of them bure kabisa. Asante pipi.
Asante sana bwana Victor. Anakuona pale hivi umesema kwamba hakuna haja kuambia asante punda kwa kuleta maji nyumbani. Punda ilijua inafaa kufanya hiyo kazi, na unavyoangalia vizuri ni kwamba our leaders are really narcissistic. They are the ones who actually went and negotiated that Adani deal. Nobody in this country was even interested in it, right? But now sisi ndo tunaenda kusema asante kwa kututolea Adani. What do you mean? Asante ya nini? Asante for who? Why are we saying thank you, sir? I thought it was just normal. Ras G, can you hear me, brother? Ras G, uko kwenye mic? Is your mic hot, Ras G? Earlier on kuna poll nilikuwa nimeweka, were you satisfied by the State of the Nation address? We have 142 votes currently going on. It's on my latest tweets. 4.9% of that vote is saying yes. 14.8% is saying not really, and 80% wanasema more lies, more problems. I think President Ruto has really lost some ground, even if he doesn't want to accept it. And I wonder how. But it's what happens when you have cronies for advisors. I think you need to have people who can actually tell you the truth. I see there's a guy called Derico 1254. How are you doing, Derico?
Yeah, I'm
Talk
good.
to us.
And nice. Yeah, hello, how are you?
I am well. I hope you're well
I hope
too.
everyone is. Yeah, I'm well. And thank you, Pipita, for giving us this platform. Yeah, this is my first day to comment or to have a conversation on space. Thank you a lot. Yeah, so I want to start by addressing the state of the nation. Today we've had our president speaking so much, speaking more lies, speaking some sense. Yeah, but my question is about just to ask our leaders, what do they wait something to go wrong so that they can make it right? And and if they can do that, what's their role do they play to the people who elected them into office? They're our representative. Yeah, I can't take my whole village to the parliament to represent all our grievances. What they need to do is they need to know that we elected them so that they can satisfy us, not to satisfy their bosses. So with those few remarks, I just want to ask some questions about these ADANI deals, everything. So we've had Chief, we've had Shah, but I never had President saying about the ADANI, saying something about ADANI with the Chief or Shah. Yeah. So, or what is calling Taifa Care. So that's what we need also to know about it. And also something also I need to address that we elected greedy leaders. When they get big envelopes, they are just like our church leaders, and religious leaders. They just wait when something is wrong so that they can make it right. Why don't they make it right before it gets wrong? Yeah. And also, you see people, we are employed sometimes. You look at your pay slip, it's not adding some sense. It's not making some sense. You get more deductions. Even you can sometimes you can lack bus fare. You can lack a fare to take you to job. You have to keep on borrowing like a beggar, and you keep on working. Is that the life you want to live? So the government must also check on its deductions, the way they deduct the people who are employed. Then also the education sector and the health sector. It must also be checked by our leaders. You see now, every time we hear about strikes, we hear about what? Then a place where I come from, mostly I live in Kangemi area, and I work in Westland. When you just check Kangemi, since Unya left the office, there is what we call a bridge there, Gia Daraja. They have done nothing. They have done nothing. Even they just wrote across the bridge. They haven't completed. The bridge is not completed. Even the roads are not good. They are not in a good state. And we are being told like KWS makes a lot of profit. Then the Kenya Airways is making profits, but we don't see those profits. Where do they go? Or do they go to their pockets? So that's what we need to know from our leaders. So, and they must also stop playing some games with us. They wait when things are bad so that they can make it right. That's not about leadership. And also, we must check also, and we must recall our leaders. And something I wanted also to address is about for now we don't have an electoral body. We don't have IBC. Even there are some constituencies which don't have even their representatives. They don't have MPs. We also have some wards. They don't have MCS. So who represent those people? if they don't have leaders. We need to have IBC so that even we can also recall these our leaders. We can recall them, those who are underperforming. Everything nowadays, even you cannot even believe to our leaders, our MPs, mostly the parliament. Everything they see, they just vote yes, yes, yes. Then sometimes even they don't make law. Maybe even I can just believe even there's someone who said they go there just to eat mandazi and tea. They just take mandazi and tea. They have forgotten about us. They are just there to impress their bosses or their boss. They forget a common mwananchi who voted for them. Yeah. So those are the things we need to address. We need also to fight so that we can have IBC. Then when we are having IBC now, we are safe. We can do whatever we want to do. There are some things I'm happy about ADANI. ADANI getting rid of ADANI running the airport and also running for KPLC. That I'm happy, and we keep on fighting, and we should not stop here. These people are just playing with our minds, so we should also check some things. We should find the ways so that to convince other people. You know, these people they use what we call divide and rule. They use divide and rule so that they can divide us. So I can just advise my fellow country people: we should not be scared. Yeah, we continue pushing so that we can get this country back to its right direction. Thank you.
Asante sana Derek. Ndio nasema kwamba kuna hiyo barabara ya Kangemi, the bridge is not completed since Uhuru.
Yeah, inaua wasee wanaanguka pale nini hiyo barabara man. Alafu hizi unajua pia the other roads zenye zilikuwa zenye tunatumia kama alternative zililimwa, hazijaitengenezwa. Kukinyesha ni mesi, kabla ufike kwa barabara ni shida manze. Hiyo ndio kitu nataka tu muaddress.
And you know that is not only the case in Kangemi. I saw videos also of some parts of Eastlands as well. Barabara ni mbaya. Personally on my side pia federal road zetu za huku Rongai, ukichukua pikipiki unaenda bumpy ride. So I don't know, maybe also I could like to hear from other estates nisikie wao wanasema vipi.
Sawa. That's
good. But thank you so much for your submission as well. I'm looking for Mzalendo bwana. Mzalendo sijui ni kama ulini block. Mzalendo ni unblock ndugu yangu. Kwa nini tunaishi hivi? I can't see Mzalendo on the mic, but he says that he's around. Mzalendo, request the mic again, and if you're still around with us here, we'll definitely give you the mic. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, this is Home Run PP. We have been live for the past about 6-7 hours. Yeah, following on this issue, State of the Nation.
You are listening to Home Run with PP. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Wacha niwapatie sasa, wacha niwaambie nyinyi wengine hamsikizi vizuri. Yeah? Do you guys while you are listening to that huyo mse wa nani, thank you so much Japonji for that tip. Sijui kama vile mlikuwa mnasikia speech leo, kuna kitu mlisikia. Alisema kwamba the DPP, that is the Director of Public Prosecution, has the tendency of dropping charges against corrupt leaders. He went directly against his DPP. Sijui kama ni mimi niliona peke yangu ama mimi ndo nasikizanga na over listen. Bwana Japonji.
Yes, true. Yeah, he said that
you had that, right?
Yes. Kwa sababu the witnesses huwa wanakataa kushow up. Unaget? That's what he said. Because the witnesses
anasema it is so much for independent. Alisema so much for independent what? So much for independent bodies. Hey.
This is what happens. So umekuwa charged na corruption, unaget? So kuna wale wanaitwa smart lawyers. Umekuwa accused umeiba 100 million. So what normally inatakikana pale kwa court, wanatakanga witness, na watu waku like primary source, watu wenye wanawake na yeye kwenda most people wao wanakata kutokea, unaget. So ati that is enough kufanya DPP a drop case. Unaelewa vile wanawaka. So problem iko hapo kwa DPP reconstruction.
Niko na swali kwa lawyers, like for example nimepata Japonji anauza anaiba pesa ya procurement, and you can answer me.
Mwizi.
For example Japonji hata na kazi huku hivi kwa wewe. Kwanza let me just tell you Japonji, sijui kama jina yako ya pili inaweza kukubali tukupatie kazi sahi hapa hivi. Unajua sasa tunatafuta lakini jana nilifurahia, kuna mwingine kumbe nilikuwa nafikiria alipewa accent na sauti, kumbe ni accent tu. So when you are arrested or you are arrested for corruption, do they have like everybody come to wanawapatianga list ya wale wenye watakuwa witnesses? Lawyers, mnichanue hapo, sitaki kwenda kuongea next time mbele ya watu nipoteze context. Is it like when now, for example, if we are leveling charges against Pipita as a corrupt leader, do we have a list of people that we are going to be interviewing? Unatoa list ama? Kwa sababu I think kama mimi Japonji nikijua eti niko na 200 million na naona hapa hivi unaenda kunisema, I would pay you, disappear you or whatever. And you know, we do not have good witness protection. Ask ICC witnesses. Oh, they're in heaven. You can ask them though. They will tell you. So basically, that is that. Japo
saying so Pipita basically, so unaona public prosecutor, once the police wamerefer matter to the public prosecutor, so prosecutor atasummon the complainant na the accused separately for an interview, unaget. Alafu both parties may also wanapewa ile opportunity to bring witness to testify in their favor. So remember, kuna complainant and the accused separately for an interview, but that is not working kwa sababu hapo kwa DPP wana leak hizo files zao, unaget. So that's why unasikia president zingine anasema there is no independence, they wanakuwa like infiltrated, unaget. So that's how normally iko. But lawyer, wacha lawyer tupatie exactly the shortcomings za DPP ndio hata sisi tujue zaidi. That's how it should work. Sijui vile ile complaint yenye iko kabisa.
Unajua nimeleta hiyo kwa sababu watu wameongelea sana kuhusu Adani deal, but that one was something that was very intentional. When he spoke about the DPP's office, I was like, okay, that is curious, because alisema vizuri kwamba DPP mtu anapelekwa koti, ameshikwa, anaachiliwa. Sasa kama hadi rais amenotice hiyo, it means it's something. So what happens? Is that a warning shot? Is he telling them, okay, I'm going to be firing some people here, but also I think the constitution also does not allow that. So my question here is, when someone is arrested, for example, for corruption by ESCC, does ESCC provide the list of witnesses, and is it available for people to see? Because it will be very funny. It will be very funny, honestly. And shout out to everybody who's tuning in. Hapa hivi ndani kwenye Home Run DPP. We are always live here each and every day from 4 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m. East African time. You can support Home Run DPP by 0721948229, which is our tip jar line. Okay. Acha tuone kwenye comment section kuna kaaje. Mzalendo amekasirika. Unajua Mzalendo simpatangi kwa space yangu. I don't know what happened between me and him. Is telling us, what are we celebrating? Cabinet dissolution or incompetence and returning more than half? Yeah, but mimi tangu hiyo siku I have nothing to write home about. I really cheered. I'm not gonna lie. I really cheered because you guys understand that we spend a lot of time here online talking about these issues. So I really cheered when I heard that he's dropping ADANI. I was like, okay, at least. But then again, he has dropped a lot of things. You know, guys, he has dropped a lot of things. He dropped Davis Chirchir, and he's still a cabinet secretary right now. So there's that. Haya basi. Na nataka kupatiana mic one more. We have like one more hour before we call it a night hapa hivi side yetu. Kwenye studio naona Pan African anasema rose by any other name Shakespeare. Okay, that is Taifa Care. Okay. But then acha niwaambie Taifa Care ndo nimeambiwa eti inafaa ku replace Shif and Sha. So there's a lot of things that I'm learning here, but guys, bear with me. I'm finding out like you. Okay, on the poll, we are still there. People are not satisfied with the state of the nation. I don't know what you guys feel. Derek has already shared his thoughts, of course, and of course, Japonji as well has already shared his thought. But I feel for Opio and Wandai, guys. I don't know if it's me, but I saw a pattern. Opio Wandai, Baba, John Mbadi. The rest of the CSs are a bit quiet, but those ones are quite quiet. Yeah, wanabungazana, guys. But anyway, thank you so much for tuning in up even Dani. We are at 8 p.m. East African time.
You are listening to Home Run with Pipi. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Show yenyewe inapiga kwenye hewa ni Home Run with Pipi. Majina ni MC Pipita. You can call me Pipi. And anasema kwamba hapa hivi ndani kwenye show yetu tunasupportiwa 100% by you the listener. So if you like what you're doing, ingia pale hivi ndani kwenye tip jalai yetu ya M-Pesa 0721948229 and drop your support for us. It means a lot to us, to me and the whole family hapa. Sasa ninaona kuna jamaa wetu hapo vya nguvu. Okay, si jamaa, ni dada anaitwa Bionic. How are you doing, Bionic?
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, PP. How are you guys? Sorry, I have a small cold. I have a slight cold, so I just wanted to answer your question regarding the witnesses thing. So when a case is brought forward by the here we call the plaintiff or the complainant has his witnesses or her witnesses. So you have to share the lawyers have to share the witness list with each other. They have to share the witnesses that they're going to call in the court. So the prosecutor bringing a case, his witnesses also, he has to share them with the other side of the defendant, or the person who, well, we call him a defendant. I don't know what in Kenya they're called. So, yeah, they do share the witnesses lists. And that's how WSR was able to disappear witnesses against him during the ICC cases, because his lawyers had the witness list. Now, the plaintiff or the defendant, actually, when it's the prosecutor bringing the case, the lawyers are both supposed to know the witnesses. The defendant, not necessarily. The person who's being accused should not necessarily know the witnesses that are being brought against him because of retaliation. And if anybody's keeping up with the Diddy case up here, the fact that he's been threatening witnesses is a testament to this same problem we have in Kenya, that his lawyers are giving him the potential witness lists because the case has not been mentioned. He's being held now and they're waiting for a trial date. But his lawyers have already gotten some witnesses because of the AG's complaint or the case that was brought forward. So they do have some witness lists. And those witness lists have to be shared with Didi's lawyers. So he's been threatening some of these witnesses. He's paid off some of them. And that's kind of how it goes in Kenya too. And that's how it went in the ICC. Some witnesses disappeared, some were paid. And that's how the case collapsed, because he managed to get to all the witnesses. And obviously he doesn't do it directly. He has his surrogates who go, who handle his dirty work for him outside the court, because he was being held. So yeah, hope does that answer your question, PP?
Sorry, Bionic.
Can you hear me?
Bionic, I can hear you. I don't know if people can hear you. I wanted to ask you something concerning that. Going back to the ICC, who was one of the Ruto's lawyer? Was it Kindiki, right?
No.
Kindiki was one of Ruto's lawyer in ICC, right?
I don't recall him being there.
It's there. You can Google. I'm just saying. So
He may have been.
yes,
He may have been part of the legal.
Yes.
Part of the legal team.
Yes, he was.
But not the main attorney presenting the case. He was part of the legal team. He was there.
So the legal team has access to the witness list, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what happened. So you see, after you saying that, because I've just realized that that is in the context of international courts. I mean, paralegal system, not just in Kenya, yeah. Because Kenya actually we don't even have this witness protection program. They have tried, but it always fails, yeah. So it all makes sense now. I'm just trying to think aloud. By the way, forgive me. I'm just trying to think aloud. So it all makes sense. It makes sense that. All the ICC witnesses disappeared, and Kindiki was a lawyer for Ruto in the ICC, and now he's the vice president, and the case didn't go anywhere. Oh my God! So this makes sense. It's like those movies, like anyway.
Yeah.
This is for another day, but now it makes sense to you. Thank you for reminding us of that. Thank you, Pipita. Go on.
Yes, thank you. I want to go to Mzalendo. Mzalendo, how are you doing?
PP, I'm doing can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to thank everyone who has joined this platform today. I just want to tell fellow Kenyans this, that whoever is thinking that Ruto has cancelled the ADANI deal is simply daydreaming. This is the same man who called off an entire cabinet and said they were incompetent and that he wanted a cabinet that will support him. Then a month later, he returned more than half of them. I want to remind Kenyans something, that on 19th of September, the Nation reported this, that Apero Limited, the largest shareholder in Safaricom, awarded a technology-based system for universal healthcare coverage is linked to ADANI Group. Do you know why today you are paying expensively for the universal healthcare? It's because of ADANI is inside this. Alafu tunaambiwa ati deal yao na Kentraco na JKA imekuwa cancelled. The next eye opener I want to give Kenyans. When Mbadi was facing the Senate today, when he was very adamant, not Mbadi, sorry, Wandai. When Wandai was very adamant that the ADANI corruption case in America cannot stop the ADANI deal in Kenya. Was Wandai speaking for himself or was he speaking on behalf of the government? Definitely, Wandai doesn't hold a position. He speaks on behalf of the government that he serves. So the position Wandai was holding was the position of the government. But as all of us know, William Ruto, this is the same Ruto who abused bishops on Friday, and on Saturday was again praising the bishops, and on Sunday was giving the bishops millions after abusing them on Friday. So listen to what Mbadi said today. Mbadi said that there is due diligence that is being conducted for ADANI. I'm telling Kenyans, after some period of time, mark Mbadi's words, due diligence is being conducted. The due diligence will be over and we'll be told that ADANI is okay to continue because they're still conducting due diligence. So hizi ni zile PR William Ruto amezoea. Ruto amezoea PR, and if you are a visitor to Ruto, anybody who thinks Ruto has cancelled ADANI deal, I think you are a visitor in Jerusalem. You are a visitor in Jerusalem. I welcome you to Kenya. If you think Ruto has cancelled ADANI deal, I welcome you to Kenya. Ruto has not cancelled ADANI deal. Ruto has postponed ADANI deal to bring down political temperatures. He has simply postponed it. And after some times, it will be brought back. So ADANI deal is not cancelled, it has been postponed. Let us wait for the day that it will be brought back to the limelight after the due diligence has been conducted. Lastly, I want to tell us this.
Lebras, mute your mic. Continue.
Lastly, I want to remind us this, that it is our responsibility, it is our own commitment that will put Ruto to task. Let us not give up. Let us continue pushing, push until something happens. Venye unaona hivi ameanza kutetemeka tena. Venye ameanza hivi ameanza kutetemeka tena. So tumtishie, tukate mti kwa mzizi uanguke. This man will go and his all lies will come to be exposed. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Bwana Mzalendo, and also it's a good time to have you back onto the mic. I see Daniel ako hapa, alafu tuende kwa Japonji. How are you doing, Daniel? Wabwire, it's been a minute, brother.
Yeah, it has been long time. So habari zenu kwanza, hapa Mombasa tumetulia tu, nukufuatilia tu siasa zetu za Kenya. Kwanza nataka nishukuru wakati vijana walienda, although tulipoteza wengi barabarani kwa street, hiyo maandamano ya vijana ilikuwa mbaya sana. Na hii yote mnaona ni matokeo, cause this ADANI kitu yenu ya ADANI, mlikuwa mnasema ADANI hapa Kenya, but hii issue inakuwa serious. Na mkikumbuka mara kwanza tukiongelea hii mjadala, mimi nilisema ukweli utaanza tu kujua polepole. Hata wakati Raila alisimama kudefend ADANI, ilikuwa hao watu wote walikuwa wamekula kitu yao. Ruto alikula share yake na Raila akakula share yake. Wale viongozi wote tunajua ni wakora na ni wafisadi. Wote walikuwa wamekula. So sasa hivi ni crackdown imeanzia Amerika. Maswali imeanza kuulizwa. Investment zao jamaa zenye wamefanya lately. Na wanaona deal zao kubwa zimekuja Kenya. Na unajua serikali ya Kenya na serikali ya Amerika wanafanya kitu mara sauti moja. Ukikumbuka serikali ya Amerika yenye inakuja saa hii ya Trump, hii serikali saa hii imeingiza uongozi yenye imekuwa wasiwasi. So deal zenye ziko hapa na zilikuwa zimefanywa hata na ADANI ile yenye zilikuwa zimefanywa Amerika ndio zinaibua hii maswali. Hata ukiona hii suspension zenye mnaona zenye Ruto amefanya leo ni kulingana na maswali yenye imeanza kuulizwa huko juu. Hata kama hiyo swali ingeulizwa kule Amerika, haungeona hizi deal zimekuwa cancelled. Kwa sababu gani? Maswali inaulizwa huko na kuna mahali penye Amerika pia imefinyika. Kuna ukora imeendelea huko na wameona hii ukora tusipomaliza wacha tusimamishe ile wakati uchunguzi ikifanyika. Hizi zote ukora zote zinafanyika Afrika zote zitakuja kwa meza. So hawa jamaa ni viongozi na ni wajanja, kila mtu mkora anajua venye kujitetea. ni hizi deal kuziweka chini ya maji, kujiondoa. But ukweli ikitokea, hata uchunguzi ikifanyika, utapata hao jamaa wakianikwa. Ndio utapata masuspension inasema usikuja Amerika, wewe umepigwa ban, wewe safiri Amerika. Hizi ndio issues zenye zinakuja. But kwanza mimi nataka niwaambie wenye wote ambao umekusanyika hapa kwa home run. Saa hii tumebakisha na miaka 2 kupiga kura. Ombi langu huwa linakuwa tu moja. Saa hii hatuna leader wa kupigia kura. Msiniambie ati mimi ni mtu wa Raila. Msiniambie ati mimi ni mtu wa Ruto. Hawa watu wote tumewajua. Kuna mwingine alipigia Ruto kura hapa na kuna mwingine amekuwa Raila, die hard wa Raila. Lakini umeona hawa watu wanaangaliaka tumbo zao sana kuliko wewe mwananchi. Wakati nyinyi mnakufia kwa street, mnapoteza vijana kwa street, mnalala njaa kwa manyumba zenu, hao watu wanakula. Wanakula vizuri sana, watoto wao wanaenda ng'ambo every day, any given opportunity. Hao jamaa wana grab. Wakipata tu chance, hii vitu yenye sijui nimeona kitu kingine ati imebadilishwa from HIF to sijui Kenya nini. Hiyo vitu, these are things that zinakuwa build kutengeneza pesa kwa mikono za hao watu. So, nyinyi kama wananchi, mkiona kitu, wacha kwanza nishukuru Nelson Amenya kwa jambo hili. Kwa sababu kama Nelson Amenya angekuwa ni mtu ule kwanza muoga, hii kitu angefunua, angeachilia. Lakini ule courage tu peke yake kuona kitu kama hiyo na kuweka kwa meza hiyo kitu, imesave nchi miaka kama 100 inayokuja. Na hiyo kitu kuongelewa kila saa. Hata Ruto kama hii kitu amesuspend kusema itakuja penye mzalendo anasema itainuka baada ya muda fulani, lakini saa hii tumeiweka kwa meza. As long as hii kitu imewekwa kwa meza, tutaimulika hata wakati wa kura. Tutaimulika, we will continue to push. Na saa hii pia nataka nishukuru kwa sababu hata hii mngangano wetu wenye tumesukumananga, lazima kanisa, tunaingia kanisani tunasema we don't need corrupt politician kwa kanisa. Hiyo vitu imesaidia mpaka sasa tunaona makanisa, mabishops wa Catholic, tunaona these people are coming together, wanaanza kujua ukweli, kwa sababu hii watu wanakula pesa za ufisadi kila mahali, na hizo kanisa ndio zinatumiwa kusafisha. Mtu ameua mtoto wa mtu saa hii, kesha akienda kanisa anasafishwa. So tunafaa tushukuru pia makanisa yenye yanachukua hiyo step, na tuendelee kuwa call into order. Tuende hata mchakato wetu ya kusema hatutaki wanasiasa kwa kanisani maharambe. Kanisa sianze kujitegemea. Sisi washirika tukienda kanisani, ile mpesa yenye Mungu ametupea tunaenda kutoa tithes, tunaenda kutoa sadaka. Hizo ndio zinafaa zifanye miradi kanisani. Ili tuache kutegemea wanasiasa kuleta zile blood money kwa kanisa. Na hiyo ndio nchi yetu itakuwa safi. Nchi wanasiasa wakiepukana na mambo ya kuenda kuleta corruption kwa kanisa, nchi yetu itasafika. Hakuna mtu mwenye atakuwa na wakati hata mimi wakati tulikuwa hapa nilikuwa nasema the only way kama tungekuwa na wananchi tungeungana na tuitishe referendum, katiba yetu tubadilishe. Tuweke limit ya mtu, yani tuweke tu sheria ya mtu kama mufisadi, hata kama uchunguzi bora, uchunguzi yake ile whistleblowing imeanza, huyo mtu anakaa kando, na mwenye anapatikana hatia tunaweka tu pale Kasarani, tunaweka Nyayo, tunanyonga public. Mtu kama huyo utaiona hata wewe Ruto akienda kuiba, kwa sababu whistleblowing peke yake tutasema it is enough for you, hufai kuwa kwa hii kiti. Kenya tunafaa tufikie hiyo viwango. Huko Kenya tuko na rasilimali. Ukiangalia hii coastal, hii Mombasa, hii coastal, ukiingia Savo, ukiingia wapi? Kuna madini mingi sana, lakini kuna watu wachache tu wanakula hizo pesa ambazo zingekuwa kama kinua uchumi cha nchi yetu ya Kenya. So lazima sisi wananchi ndio tutaangalia hii. Tukinyamaza, vizazi vyetu vinavyokuja pia vitaumia. Na nataka nishukuru kwa sababu hii sauti, maandamano ilifanywa kwa hii mambo ya ADANI. Hata watu waliongea, na ndio unaona sasa ni wakati sasa wa Mungu kuanza kulipa. Mungu sasa analipa. Sasa nakwambia our God sasa achelewe kulipa. Viboko sasa zinatembea mbaya sana. Good experience ni mimi mwenyewe. I have experienced something recently yenye naona kweli Mungu wetu huwa achelewi. Kwani mtu unaona amekukosea na ukasema asante, mimi I don't want to fight. Wacha niache vita mwenyewe. Mungu mwenyewe anipiganie. lakini within hata mandi jaisha unaona Mungu amepiga kiboko. So sometimes sisi wananchi tuwe watu wa kuomba. Na kama vijana, unajua siku hizi vijana wamekataa kwenda kanisani. Sababu tunasema makanisa zetu siku hizi zinaangalia tu pesa, zinaangalia wanasiasa. Hiyo kitu nafaa niwaambie tu. Mimi niko 29 years old. Lakini nataka niwaambie saa hii kila mtu aende kwa maombi. Ukiomba saa hii ombea nchi yako. Hawa viongozi tunajua wengine hata saa hii usiku saa 7 usiku ikifika utawapata ufuoni. Wengine wanaabudu majini, wengine wanaabudu mapepo. Most of them are blood suckers. Lakini wewe piga magoti, omba. Jiweke Mungu alinde familia yako, alinde jamii yako, alinde nchi yako. Vitu kama hizi zinachangia uchumi wetu kuharibika. Vitu kama hizi corruption kama inainuka hii. Unadhania hii ADANI saa hii venye tuseme ikuwe suspended. Maswali pia itaulizwa kwa sababu kuna pesa imemwaga. Vitu kama hizo zishika au wanasiasa wajibizane huko. Ndio sasa tujue wenye wanajaribu kumeza nchi yetu. So mimi ni muda sijaingia kwa home run kwa sababu nimekuwa nimeshikana kidogo huku Lamu na mashughuli, lakini nimerudi sasa saa hii niko Shanzu na Mombasa kwenyewe, so tutakuwa tukiongea. Nashukuru bana Pipita, unaweza pea mtu mwingine mic. Pipita.
Pipi ni kama amelala. Pipi. Mzalendo, mimi nilikuwa nataka tu kuuliza swali moja. Mzalendo, unanisikia?
Nakupata.
Nakusikia Japonzi.
Okay, sawa. Nilikuwa nataka kukuuliza swali moja. Ulikuwa unasema ati this ADANI bill ati this guy has not cancelled. Unajua there is something nimeona wameshare leo. This memoranda, this public participation. Kuna kitu wameshare leo and it's dated 14th November, but leo ndo inaonekana. This is invitation to submit memoranda. For your story, aviation is like a public participation. Ya aviation, hiyo story ya nini kama wanaanzisha hiyo fresh story ya ADANI. So me I'm confused here. Leo today's date is like 21st. Alafu hii kitu ina expire 22nd Friday at 5 p.m. So this is like they're asking for people to submit memoranda. And it's like in a form of like public participation, whatever that means, for the JKIA, like for the aviation industry in Kenya, what they wanted to do with JKIA, foster growth, maximize contribution, maintain aviation safety, hizo vitu zote. So I'm confused a little bit here. Hii paper mbona leo ndo inaonekana on the 14th of November after president cancel hiyo ADANI bill, like they want to start the process afresh, which means wako na mtu tayari ama juu deadline ni kesho is 20 what? Kesho is 22nd, I think, yes, by 5 p.m. So just if you have seen it, I posted in the how you call this, Pipita, I posted in your link, and you can have a look at it. That's all I wanted to say, and I'll be now listening because I'm going to do something. Thank you guys, and good night. I'll be listening.
Asante sana bwana Japonzi for that. Naongelesha na bana account. Let me bring in Geodesic as well. I want to hear what other people have to say about whatever is going on in our country. And Geodesic is here. You can request the microphone and join us also before we call it a night. We have about 39 minutes to the top of the hour, where we'll be letting you talk to us. And of course, naona Geodesic. I mean, what dear? Geodesic.
Yeah. Mambo vipi?
Poa sana mzee. Talk to me.
Nice. So, nasikia unauliza if we should be happy. I mean, hapa there's nothing to smile about.
Aila.
And the first, hakuna by the way, kwa sababu this guy si ati amecancel kwa sababu tumepiga kelele for the last 5 months kuhusu ADANI. Hakuna, wamekuwa wakishinda wakisupport akina Murkomen akina Chirchiro wamejira tu kwa nyinyi hamjui. Sisi ndio tunajua hii biashara nini. Tupeama uongo mingi, wanatuambia hawako corrupt. Na ukigoogle tu hata Adani, the first page unaona tu ni madeals tu. Zilikuwa zikigonga ukuta. So it is not about us. It is more than that, also. Na hata the reason I think ni vile tu ilikuwa flagged huko US na hiyo ndio inampea must go wasiwasi mingi kwa sababu US unajua hataki ufala. That's the first. Kwanza kwa mambo ya kuosha watu hizi money laundering stuff. Hatari sana. And being ukiflagiwa in that nini sio rahisi. So I think itakuwa na much more repercussions zitakuwa mingi. Kuna watu watahandle huko. Kuna watu wanaweza kuja kuonda. Kwa sababu already walikuwa washakula pesa hawa watu ya Adani. Washakula kina Murkomen. Niko sure walikula pesa. So utaanza kuona sahi hawa ndio wanatupreachia huku Twitter we have no room for failure nini. No, and the first day hawa ndio walikuwa wakiupload hii vitu yote. So it is not about us. But what I can say, kwanza Amea alituokolea sana. I think hii deal ingepigwa tu style ingine hatari sana. Lakini even though imeflagiwa na wame cancel, yeah, I think ni here I say. Najua must go nayo kuna matrix mingi. Na kama walikula pesa, I don't think watakubali hiyo nini ipotee hivyo. Na labda hata washatumia pesa, washafanyia vitu zingine. So sioni kwa sababu ukipata swindlers kama Adani, definitely watu wa kuenforce their debt collection ama kuchukua pesa kutoka kwa watu sio hivi unaweza pata ni labda hata ni akina Wagner ama hizi mercenary squad. So kuna watu watapotezwa hata in the first place. So online workers I think tumefanya the job. Naona leo acha tugoje kesho akina leo kuja tutukare tena huko. Huyu David D. So practically ni hivyo. Kwa mali shift ndio bado mambo iko. Lakini unaona wabalisha kwa taifa, lakini sasa ni pesa tena. Yaani pesa itakuliwa. Hawaoni kama wanataka ku lose everything. So I think they are trying to save face. Yaani ku save face na public ile as in morali rudi kidogo nini. Kwa sababu sasa man, mimi hata sikusikia nini, mimi sikutaka. Zingine unasikia vile katikati umekasirika bure. So madhali uachane tu nazo goja tu breakdowns, the updates. So tuendelee tu kufinya, mali zinafinyika hivyo waendelee kushuka. So at the end of the day the thing yenye itaua hii ni the weight of their own foolishness. It will kill the administration and the truth. Basically unaona they cannot hawawezi sustain a truth even for a day. So it will just take time. Pole wataanza kulana wenyewe. Naona vile akinaandaa Wandae leo ameanikwa. Hadi ule blogger wake leo haonekani. So ina cut deep definitely. Kuna something must give. So acha tungoje tuone sasa repercussions. Secondary effects ni nini? Lakini tuendelee kufinya mambo ya shift bado hatujatoka kwa hook. Hata hiyo JKIA bado tu. I think wako na mtu in hand. Lakini inaweza go to another party of which itakuwa kula though, lakini sio vile. Wanasema hatujui kuendesha how to manage an airport. Enda hapa Doha. Kenyans wana run almost the whole airport in the very different roles. So it's not about that they are to join. Ni watu tu wanataka kula pesa. It's all about the money. There's nothing about efficiency, kuchunga inchi, kufanya nothing about that. It's all about madeals za haraka tutoke kaa tumeenda. Hiyo ndio wako interested na. So thanks Pipi.
Pipi Japunja alikuwa ameniuliza swali, naweza jibu kidogo?
Jibu mzalendo.
Thank you. Now, Japunja, I was saying this, if you want to see the controversies in this government, the ADANI deal was signed through a PPP, a public-private participation. Now, on 14th, there was also now another procurement deal that was going on without cancelling the first deal that was there. And this thing should be made public. So utakuta Japonji, hiyo kitu ilikuwa imewekwa hapo, hiyo ni ya PR ya kusupport kenye president alikuwa kuja aseme leo. The controversies in this government are too many. It's like the president lives in Mars and his cabinet lives in Pluto. It's like the president lives in heaven na watu wengine wanakaa earth. I want to base my facts on the public disagreement that was there between the president and his cabinet. Because the president, before a cabinet represents him, before a cabinet goes before a parliamentary committee, I believe it is constitutionally right that they always have an agreement. This is the position of the government on this issue. Of which, hata leo, kabla Wandai aende Senate, they had talked with Ruto, and the position of the government was the ADANI deal is still there and it is ongoing. And then boom, somebody advises Ruto that you need to please these people. Lazima uende ufurahishe wa Kenya. Na kuwafurahisha, kitu ya kwanza nenda useme hizi deal tumezikataa. And I was also reading somewhere people where somebody said that kuna mtu amepost picha akasema Ruto's position on ADANI when Biden was president, and Ruto's position on ADANI when now Trump is the president. So is there a foreign hand in this? Hiyo ndio swali jamaa aliuliza. Is there a foreign hand in this? Is a question for another day, and we are waiting to see. I think that is how best I can answer your points.
My question here, Zalendo, maybe before you go, don't you think maybe Opiyo Wandayi was used as a psy-op so that when Mastugo comes and says these things, he looks like a good man? Sijui kama unanisikia nani Mzalendo?
Please, I did not hear you.
So, like the way Wandayi went today and spoke different to what the president came and spoke, don't you think it was all a plan, part of what we call psy-ops?
Peter, there's one thing I believe. There was a day that David Ndii said, not David Ndii, Herman Manyora said that it is difficult to advise Ruto because Ruto advises you on how to advise him. So if you see somebody saying that, and he was basing his facts kwa vile Ruto alikuwa anakuja anasema hivi saizi, alafu kesho ana contradict his position. What you are saying, Pipita, could be right. And looking at it from a different perspective, it could also be a situation whereby, there are a lot of things that are involved in this. It could also be a scenario whereby Ruto has finished. My thinking, though, Ruto is done because everything he wanted to achieve with ODM is now over. Now he's now starting to leave ODM with the egg on their faces. Just few weeks ago, Raila Odinga alisimama kasapoti kitu ya ADANI. Today, Ruto is contradicting the position of Raila Odinga and even his own cabinet that happened today. So if you look at it, there are a lot of things that are involved in this. But what I believe is that this is a guy who is full of controversies, and he's a guy who you can never believe this guy. That is why I was holding a position, PP, that Ruto has simply postponed the ADANI deal. He has not cancelled it, he has postponed it. Na venye nani amesema, huyo speaker wa mwisho hapo Simoni jina ya kwamba there is already something that is cooking and what Japunji posted tells you there is something that is already cooking. Now for it to iive hiyo kitu ilikuwa inapikwa, kuna uwezekano bado waliagree na Upio, wewe nenda useme hivi alafu na mimi nikuje niseme hivi. Kuna uwezekano bado waliagree na Upio wacheze hivyo. But there is something that is cooking. Na kenye mkumbuke tu Pipita ya kwamba Adani has other 21 subsidiaries. So even if the deal will not be given to Adani, it will be given to a subsidiary of Adani still. Because Adani kumbuka ili finance campaign za Raila, Adani kumbuka ilipea Murkomen pesa mingi sana, Murkomen alishikwa nazo Dubai. So either watarudisha pesa za Adani ama watawarudisha tu contract. Na wasipopea the name Adani, they will give one of the 21 subsidiaries of Adani. And that is what is cooking. But what you are saying could also be very, very right. Kutumanage, venye jamaa anapenda kutumanage. Na sisi tunashangilia lakini ni kutumanage na tumanage. He is very good in politics of management. It could also be true. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Let's see de jour. De jour mambo vipi? De jour, can you hear me? Outlaw.
Yes, Pipita, I can hear you. Mambo vipi?
Niko poa sana de jour. Talk to us.
Now, number one, Adani deal cancel. Those who know the law of contract, wanajua kwamba when you cancel a contract, there are implications. Especially when you cancel a contract, na yule ambayo umecancel na yeye contract haja kukosea. Basically, umecancel on hearsay. Mtu wako indicted, and I'm not supporting Adani, is indicted, yes. But they have to go to full trial to find him guilty. So number one, here inaweka question mark. Number two, ukiangalia contract, you just don't stand up and say, I've cancelled the contract. Contracts are legal processes. So he was performing to the gallery. Number three, the government is deep into Adani's pockets, those ministers as individuals, and the people around Raila and RUTO, including Raila himself, like the previous speaker alluded. Even when you hear the discussion of Wetangula, kizungumza na huyo Muhindi, all these people are murky deep into that thing. So hii kuamka na kusema tu is not enough. That is just playing to the gallery. And then angalia vile imefanywa. Wapio Andai anaenda anaongea anaitetea, alafu baadaye anakuja anaipiga chini. Killing two birds with one stone. Anataka kufurahisha raia, at the same time anaeka ODM on red alert. Sababu huyo ndo minister wenu, hao ndo alisema experts from ODM. That's what Raila was talking about. We've given government our experts. We've lent our experts. Sasa wana vile ma experts wenu wanababaika. So when we look at this, let's look at it critically. There's no way I contract with you and then you go out there in the public and say, I've canceled that contract. It has no effect on that contract. Because contract involves offer, acceptance, consideration, and all the other ingredients like legality, capacity, etc. So from a legal point of view, hawezi cancel contract kwa kusimama na kusema. More so it was not an offer, it was a contract. It has implications. And the government hata inaweza enda kama if it truly cancel that contract, it can end up paying a lot in damages. A lot in damages. Asante.
So nasema si eti wanaicancel eti hiyo deal tumecancel.
Hakuna, you cannot cancel a contract verbally tu kwa gallery huko umeenda in public. You have to involve the lawyer of the person una cancel your contract na yeye. You have to look at the terms that were binding you. You just don't walk out. It's a legal obligation with implications. Ask any person who knows the law of contract. They will tell you, or any scholar of law, they will tell you. You're contracting with me, then you're going out there in public telling fans or people around there, nimecancel ile contract na ule jamaa. As far as huyo jamaa ko concerned, the contract is still on. Because when you signed it, you didn't go to the gallery. You didn't call ADANI to the gallery to tell them now we are signing. For you now to go to the gallery and tell them nimecancel ile contract when ADANI is not there. That was a political statement aimed at gaining political mileage and has no legal implication as far as the law of contract is concerned. If there's any lawyer on the panel hapo, aamke aseme. Kama yoyote a lawyer who can doubt my statement, aamke na aseme. You just don't cancel a contract. It has legal implications. You'll have to pay damages upon damages for a contract of that magnitude. The moment you put your pen down and sign that contract, you are bound by it. So you cannot stand up verbally and say, you may cancel. That's not how the law works. Those are rules of the jungle. Thank you.
Tuseme wanaenda na kama 30 billion hivi in damages. They have to be paid. There has to be some payment, right?
Definitely, which means it's a blunder upon a blunder. You enter into a contract, your people wamepata kickbacks, then again the taxpayers to go and pay damages na services that hazijakuwa provided. Because the other guys will say, yeah, we mobilized this, we did this, it costed us this, that, and they'll bloat it. And you will have to pay because you're the one who was repudiated and cancelled it. So I don't know whose RUTO's legal advisor, I don't know. But I also read the American hand in it. When the man wanted to join BRICS, you remember recently?
Yes.
Yes, so don't forget that angle. You must look at these things critically, holistically.
Right,
So there's
thank
the
you so
American
much.
angle. Inaweza kuwa na sawa, karibu. Sawa.
Naona Outlaw kwa hapa, nataka kusikia kutoka kwa Outlaw na Ras G. Outlaw, are you there? Thanks so much, Dijua, for that clarification as well. Outlaw, are you there?
Thank you. Welcome.
Outlaw?
I was.
Niambie, how are you doing? Uko freshi?
I'm good, man.
Maoni yako ni gani kwa hii conversation tuko nayo leo?
Mi nasema like we aren't supposed to trust nobody, not even your neighbor. Saa zingine not even yourself. Like hawa se wote wako kwa mfuko, hawa se wote wako paid. So all these politicians, they're serving the same master. Hatufai kuwa trust at all. Hii vita tunafaa kuipigana. Like unaipigana wewe kaa wewe, unaona, like ufai kutrust mtu yoyote, not even influencers.
Hapo sawa. Asante sana Outlaw for that. Ras G, naona umerudi kwenye microphone. Sijui kama unanipata sasa.
Yes, my friend Pipita. It's been long.
Sana. Big up to you, man. Thank you for showing up here.
Yeah, I took a break. I took the most important break, and you knew what was going on. Your time ndio bado tulikuwa tunakimbizana na hao watu because of issues like ADANI, and I can see eventually Kenyans have eventually won, but I would want to see it from a very different perspective because we all know William Ruto, and William Ruto is very good with words. Very good with words. Let me silence people here kwanza kwa sitting room. So what I'm saying is William Ruto is very good with words, and as a country we should be very, very, very careful. And most important is first of all is to big up my brother Nelson, who took the bulls by the horns. We have been in this spaces, Peter, and I know you've hosted Nelson before and others. So many people when you were on the forefront fighting for this battle, and it is an indicator. It has to send hope to Kenyans that hakuna, as long as we stand on the right road, on the right tracks of justice, then hakuna kitu inaweza tushinda. Most important, Peter, Kenyans should be aware there is a very important developments in the United States, and this government that has ruled with a lot of impunity is going to have a very difficult time with the Trump administration. The development that you are seeing today, there are so many things that are going to come that has been done by this government. And William Ruto, at some day, him and his friends will come to pay for for so many things they have done onto Kenyans. Watakuja tu kulipia. I'm saying this because, Pepita, Kenyans have been forced. We saw a parliament that is standing to give a president a standing ovation. When it is the same parliament that rubber stamped the ADANI deal. We are seeing a lot of hypocrisy from our politicians. Wale watu wenye hawawezi ambia president, where were they? If they can stand up and clap for him for cancelling ADANI, where were they? Walikuwa wapi hawangeambia president ukweli? At leo hii wanataka kuonesha wa Kenya they cannot take credit. Credit should go to people, should go to good Kenyans who are on social media, who trended the hashtag Stop ADANI, Kenyans who died because of ADANI, Kenyans who got abducted, everybody who got silenced, but eventually stood up. How do you Kenya wanafaa? Politicians in this country should stop that idea. And it is a very big shame to one individual called Raila Amolo Odinga and the entire opposition. To an extent, they were pocketed by this government, this regime. There was nobody to stand for Kenyans. Wakenya walifika mahali wenyewe wakajisimamia. And Raila Odinga went in front of the press defending ADANI deal. He was not defending ADANI deal because it was not good. It was good. He was not defending ADANI deal because it was something that was going to bring value to the country in any way. He was simply defending ADANI deal because William Ruto and friends had already calculated the value yenye atapeo kama cuts. So it is a very big win. We should celebrate. And this points out one point. Yeah, united we will stand, but divided watu watatumaliza. So let us continue. Wacha tuendelee defend the country. Tusifike mahali wakatu separate. And it is unfortunate that we are now getting the fruits. We are now starting to reap. We know we have a long way. As much as we are getting these small wins up and up, our clarion call should continue to be Ruto must go. This administration has to leave. This administration has to fall at some point because there is nothing wamesign. Hakuna kitu yote yenye hii administration imefanya yenye ni ya kusaidia wa Kenya. Our next focus should go to SHA and these other deals that they have signed, that they are meant to enslave Kenyans. Hapo ndio focus yetu inafai kuwe hapo. Somebody mic is on. I don't know if it's Pepita wanted to ask something. Anyway, let me conclude, Pepita. I heard William RUTO speak about abductions and all those other things. And I'm one of the believers that there's nothing I took home from his State of the Nation address. And sometimes I sit down and really ask myself a lot of questions, especially to the young people who this government has employed as bloggers, and some of the people that simply are there on social media to confuse Kenyans with a lot of information. There are some of my friends who have been employed by this government not to do any other thing but to distort and confuse and misinform Kenyans on their projects and everything about this presidency. But I'm appealing to my fellow young people. There is nothing that will come out of this regime. It has abducted, it has killed our friends. At some point, William RUTO will have to answer. Him and his administration. Hatujui hiyo haki itakuja lini, but at some point. So tusiambiwe kuhusu ADANI, even this ADANI thing, Pipita, it has to go through the right procedure, and that is the law. Hawezi amuka uka cancel deal. What William RUTO and group have done, it's either they have pocketed the kickbacks ama hongo za ADANI. Sasa wamekula hongo, wameshalipwa hongo, na kwa sababu country imereact, wameamua kutoka nani? ADANI. ADANI is the same fella that the United States is after. Either William RUTO ameangalia akaona hapa ni, so lazima tufuatilie ambao wenye wako kotini. Wale ambao wako kotini kama our friends who are in the courts still pursuing the ADANI deal, they should make sure that this matter goes to its logical conclusion. Otherwise, William RUTO will have played with words on Kenyans because he knows he's somebody who knows to play with words. Amecheza huu mchezo kwa muda mrefu na anajua he can produce, he knows which card to produce that can excite Kenyans. Sasa tusirudi huku nyuma tukaanza kucelebrate at ADANI is gone. ADANI has to go through the right procedure, paperwork. Our courts also have to be accountable, kwa sababu koti pia zilikuwa zimeshaanza kureceive hizo bribes, and that's why you saw slowly by slowly William RUTO had started winning at the courts. Uliona sha vile kulienda, hiyo ni pesa ilitumika, hakuna justice ilifanyika hapo, ni pesa ilitumika huko. Sasa tunataka tuone haya makaratasi. He should not go to the public hapo hivyo asimame bunge aseme sijui nini. We want to know by paper, by law, ya kwamba hiyo deal imekuwa withdrawn, na tuambiwe the parliamentary committee yenye ilikuwa inafanya hiyo kazi, it was supposed to oversight that deal, walifikia wapi na walifanya aje. Sometimes back, Peter, you saw there is a group that traveled to India. We were not told those names. Ilikuwa ni undercover. Ini deal imekuwa tu undercover, imefanywa tu hivi. So William RUTO cannot stand on in the parliament and tell us ati ame cancel. No, there should be people, there should be legal fraternity yenye inafaa ifuate to the conclusion ya kwamba ADANI does not do any business in Kenya. Otherwise, it will remain just rhetoric yenye amezoea. Kwa sababu huyu jamaa anaweza dhania hata ako kwa siasa, anaweza dhania ako kwa gari, anaweza dhania ako kwa rally fulani ndiye anapiga hiyo kelele. Because William RUTO and the microphone, he can talk anything as long as it excites the masses. So let us be very careful. But it is a big up. In case it is something that we are very sure it has been withdrawn, let politicians not take this credit. This credit should go to the likes of Nelson and others, the likes of Anthony, the likes of Gashoka, who went to court because of this matter. And the many of us, the likes of Pipita and others who fought and in days trended ADANI to make sure that they conveyed the message that the masses wanted. Otherwise, let us continue fighting as one unit, as one Kenyans. Let us remember, and let us always remember, this regime stands for nothing. It stands for nothing, anything that is good for us. So anytime we get an opportunity to fight it, let us with all our energy fight it for the sake of our children and for the sake of the future of this country. Thank you, Pipita, for this platform.
Thank you for that.
This is the Home Run with PP.
You're tuned into Home Run with PP, ladies and gentlemen. We have been live here for the past 6 hours, since 2 p.m. up until now. We have about 7 minutes before we call it a night. If you like what you're doing, of course, I'll just remind you to go into that tip jar to support the show. I see Access ako hapa hivi. Access mo kwaje mzee? Jambo Access. Sesmo ni kama hatupati. Arudhi, how are you doing? Arudhi, are you there? Aya, Arudhi ameenda. Bionic, can you hear me? Confirm you can hear me. Bionic.
Bluetooth connected.
Alafu, unasikianga nikiconnect to the Bluetooth device. The Bluetooth device is ready to pair. Naona hapa hivi watu wameenda side. Maria anasema ningepanda but hii ni sudo. I hope tu ni mwanadada isetu ni ndume anajiita Maria cause hiyo nayo sasa hapo utakuwa umebehave badly. Yeah, so I don't know if you can hear me bwana Access more ama umepata mambo ni ngori but your balance is used up. Wacha ni mchezo. Kwani wananikula credit nikiangalia. We?
I can hear you, PP.
Oh, talk to me. How are you doing, Arudhi? Bionic, you can hear me?
Bionic, just confirming. Yeah.
Arudhi ameenda. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for the confirmation. Yes, so I have about 5 minutes. I can give a chance to one more speaker before we call it a night. Kesho ni siku ya mwisho ya home run, lakini of course Saturday I have a whole shoot, so weekend ni kazi bado. So but let's get it bana. Ingia kwenye microphone. I think anaitwa Arudhi amerudi. Arudhi, are you there? Looks it's me. It's not you, it's me. But I can see we have Frederick. Jumbo Fred. Frederick. Sesmoni aje? Ndio umefungua mic.
Yeah, niko.
Talk to me. Ni Fred anaongea. Fred itabidi ngoje Sesmo tusalimie alafu ndo uongee.
Sawa.
Talk to us Sesmo.
Yeah, hi PP.
Hi.
And everyone on the platform.
Tuko sambamba, talk to us bana mzee. Umepotea mpaka ukasahau kwamba wamenyamaza.
Yeah. No. I'm here. So just to quickly pinpoint a few issues on this on the topic of conversation today. I was just wondering who the president was addressing. Was he addressing the parliamentarians or was he addressing Kenyans? Because it's supposed to address the Wanchi, not some cronies of some MPs, pale, something. I had, I talked about having cancelled the ADANI deal. And these guys they're all over there like merrymaking and stamping their feet. I mean, what nonsense? What is? Kwani hao watu wanakuaga? Anyway, so the other issue is this president is talking, or rather, is talking to us Kenyans, addressing us via the State of the Nation, as if he's campaigning for presidential election again. The presidential elections were long gone, and this guy has got nothing to show, or rather, nini ametufanyia. So he's still talking as if he's campaigning. So to me, that State of the Nation address actually, to me, did not make a lot of sense. The other thing is, when you talk about the economy, I don't know. Does this president listen to what the Wananchi basically telling, or rather what the electorate, or rather the Kenyans are telling him? What are the parameters? Which parameters are we supposed to use to gauge, or rather say that the Kenyan economy has grown? Maybe if you have economists on this panel, maybe they can advise on that. Because I don't see what justifies the fact that the president was talking about the Kenyan economy having grown. Because then everybody, or rather everyone, is just complaining on how there's high cost of living now. There are a lot of issues as far as the economy is concerned. So to me, I want to maybe up this, because I know time is of essence, but I don't know what goes through our president, because this president looks, first of all, he looks stressed, and he looks tired. He looks like he's trying to justify a lot of things via talk. I think the majority of the Kenyans are now woke people. They just don't want to listen to your rhetoric that people hear that time. They want to see actions. But so far, he's quite pressed, and for the first time, or rather for some time, actually since ile time alikuwa ameenda Embu, and na pia hii nampeleka, while things are not very, very rosy for him. So I think that the good thing is we need to keep on exerting that pressure and having these kind of conversations. Of course, we know our president is somehow hard-headed, and maybe he doesn't listen to whatever it is we tell him. But I think the way the pressure is now coming, I would say things are really, really boiling nicely. I know we have a lot to do, but let's keep the conversations going. I want to appreciate the forum, and thank you, PP. So that's my submission to you.
Thank you, Sesmo, for finding time to talk to us. I want to let Fred talk to us, then Bionic, then we can call it a night. I need to go and rest. Masaa ya bachelor, masaa ni ya bachelor. Woo! Niende nipike jamani hata ugali mayai. Fred.
Hello, good evening. Hope I'm clear.
Yes, you're clear.
Yeah, mine is to focus. Mine is to echo on what my friend has already said, and I will still add on something that might be so helpful. I think this government has already realized that no one would like to associate with them. Even the churches that used to campaign for RUTO has already set line against William Ruto, because Ruto is full of lies, Ruto is full of anger, and even Ruto is a one man killer, because he's already abducted the innocent people, and even has already showed that he can abduct the foreigners. But this Ruto is just someone who is so careless, and sometimes he might mess this country and lower the dignity of our country. So we need to act faster, and we have been left as the opposition of this nation, because opposition has been already captured, the parliament has already been captured. So it is our high time to show that the government, that the power belongs to us. We are the one who hire them, and we are the one who will not hire them come to 2027, because these people are still joking with us, are still joking with our mind, are still joking whatever that we do. This government is full of corruption, extrajudicial killings, and they are using every resources that they have so that they can humiliate the common mwananchi. That's all for today.
Thank you so much, Fred, for finding time to talk to us. Bionic, what are your final words with us today? Bionic, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
Talk to us.
A couple of things I wanted to bring up. First, I concur with the guy who was talking about the contracts law. He is very right. Contracts cannot just be terminated willy-nilly by one of the parties. It has to be both parties coming together and terminating the contract in agreement. If there is a clause that is written into contracts about how to terminate the contract, and there are certain criteria that have to be met for one party to instigate termination of the contract. So in this case, ADANI would be the one to start the process of terminating the contract, in my opinion, just because of the hostile work environment that Kenya is, and the fact that Kenyans have rejected far and wide his business with our government. I mean, the government is government of the people, and if the people are against his dealings, then if I were him, I would terminate this contract. But Adani is also a corrupt businessman. Even in India, he has cases going on right now. I was looking for this space today, and I found Indians talking about him in a very poor light. So he's not a good guy. And it's a shame that our government is in bed with one of the bad guys, internationally known bad guy. You know, he's a money launderer. And the US is aware of this. And I think that's why they put a kabush on some of the foreign accounts for Murkomen, Wandai, and Churchill. Maybe these are the main guys who are dealing with Adani. I don't know. I'm just trying to put it two and two together. Because let me tell you guys something. This administration, this new incoming administration is going to want to make an example of Kenya, specifically on RUTO. Why? Because RUTO was a darling to Biden and Biden's administration. Remember, they held a very huge state dinner for him. The only state dinner that was held for a foreign leader was held for the Kenyan leader. So that just automatically makes him the enemy of Trump. Trump, who I will call DJT, those are his initials, his modus operandi is to destroy everything done by the previous administration. Like when he came in 2016, he tried to destroy everything Obama had done. Some of them he couldn't, just because of the way the policies are written. And some of them he actually did destroy. And it affected a lot of